So we will start about the lecture on the polygraphy. May I first show the course overview or in general about the subject, because in that case, in our curriculum here, it is criminalistic 5. But here, I don't know what is the code for you, but polygraphy or lie detection. So the course description, the course shall deal with the study of detecting the, I'm sorry, huh? I'm sorry. Uh, okay, this course deals with the study of lie detection and interrogation. It covers the methods and techniques of conducting polygraph examination and other conventional methods of detecting deception. So the focus of this study is on the uses of polygraph instrument and the standard procedure of polygraph examination, including modern deception and detection techniques. So it's cover all about the included the lying situation po, and also the study on the uses of polygraph instrument. Like for example, the actual examination. Okay, so the first is the concept of polygraphy. So it is polygraph defined and a scientific method of detecting deception with the use of polygraph instrument. This is the new name of lie detection. So in detecting deception, once we say it is deception, though something that is hid by somebody or by an individual, where the polygraph can measure it or can detect. So the polygraph is also defined as, and under the etymology, etymologically, the term polygraph means minor writings. The name refers to the manner which selected by physiological activities are simultaneously collected and recorded. And when we say physiological, it's included our neurons or included our heart and other parts in the nervous system. So the term polygraph, it record through the writings. It is transferred into the graph as part ng writing. That's why it say that minor writings, because it is say that having the writing on the graphs, minor writings in the graph. Okay, and the next, the polygraph again, measure the record of several physiological indices such as blood pressure, pulse, or the pulse rate, respiration, and skin conductivity, while the subject is asked and answer a series of questions. Actually, in doing this, mostly we are, the critical area is in doing the question, because through that question, it could record the blood pressure, pulse rate, because the question will stimulate the subject. So we will do that and the questioning. The next is the lie detection term again is referred to as this deception detection. Again, uses questioning technique along with the technology that record physiological function to ascertain the truth and falsehood in response. That is another term used in the lie detection. So the polygraph examination naman, so once we look at this, it's different from the polygraphy. So that the polygraph examination is a series of tests conducted on the person involved in the commission of crime. Mostly kasi it is done through the criminal investigation. We refer to the polygraph branch and formulation of question which is answerable by yes or no. So that say that the tests were involved the mostly here sa term na ginamit dito in polygraph examination is focused on the investigation, because there are different types of examination also. Here is in the investigation. Okay, polygraph is also called truth verifier. because since the statistic shows that vast majority of the instances, the instrument verifies an innocent person truthfulness. Because as we said, we cannot see only or looking only those person who decepting something, but because of this, the polygraph also can help us to know those person who are innocent para ma-eliminate po natin those person telling the truth. Okay, the term deception as another part ng concept natin. Act of deceiving or misleading usually accomplished by lying, mostly in lying, because it is something hiding or he is not saying the truth or misleading something. Then, the term polygram refers to the composite record of pneumograph, galvanograph, cardiophotomograph, phrasing recorded from one series of questions. Here in the polygram, maybe it's not easy for you to understand this term, the pneumograph. It has a picture or it has the, because this is the parts of the machine that can measure those, the breathing. Also, the galvanograph will measures the skin, and also yung cardiograph is the heart or the pulse rate. Okay, so here, the polygram, through the record, this is the output of the recorded from the machine. Okay, the stimulus, where it is the force motion reaching the organism and excite the receptor. So it will be discussed mamaya on the physiological and psychological on the polygraphy. And also the detection, an act of discovering the existence of something hidden or obscure. So here is looking into or detecting the person. Okay, the reaction, any activity aroused in any organism by stimulus evoked or produced by external influence. Okay, so under the concept of polygraph examination, why we have our polygraph examination, it used to test an individual for the purpose of detecting deception or verifying the truthfulness of his statement. Commonly, here, we're just looking, ito yung pinakang general concept niya is to detect deception. And as I said kanina, it's also to eliminate those who are saying the truth or those truthful person. And also, the effectiveness of the polygraph is in recording symptoms of deception. It's based on the theory that a conscious mental effort on the part of a normal person to deceive causes involuntary physiological changes to an imminent danger to its well-being. So, to conscious mental effort. So, yan yung pinakang focus niya. So, in this way, we cannot say that the person who are abnormal, we cannot conduct a polygraph examination to them. Especially also those minors who are not yet totally yung know what is the right and wrong. That problem could not be say that we can use the polygraph examination to this, because it is a mental effort or yung conscious mental effort, those person who are normal. Okay, because involved din yung physiological changes niya. Objective on polygraph examination. So again, as we said, and this is almost the same with the concept. To obtain the additional investigation leads to the fact of the case or offenses. So in the criminal investigation, again, it focuses on that. Ascertain if a person is telling the truth is another, and also locate the fruits or tools of crime and whereabouts of wanted person. Kung kasi this case is there are people also that knowing the truth, because maybe once you ask the question to the person, those who are like for example the witness, pwedeng sometimes in result they are the person who committed the crime kasi naiituro niya because of the phases of the investigation or yung conduct ng examination natin is in the first phase, nagkakaroon siya ng question and answer and investigation also. So in this way, the wanted person also can show kung nasaan pwedeng maituro also. Identify other person involved, this especially those accomplices of the crime, yung sino pa yung mga kasamahan, also included. Obtain valuable information from reluctant witness also. Eliminate the innocent suspect. As we said, it is the one of the very important objective of polygraph examination is it can help to eliminate the innocent suspect. Okay, we have uses of polygraph examination. Although, as we said, mostly this is more focused, especially we are in the law enforcement work, nakafocus mostly here in criminal investigation. So, here, it's evaluation tool in criminal investigation. It is a tool. Kumbaga, kagamitan lang siya para makuha natin yung katotohanan. Ano po? To show kung ano talaga yung totoo. It provides fast means of eliminating innocent suspect. As we said kanina, is part to eliminate also the suspect. Although medyo magastos doing the polygraph examination, but it will help to eliminate the innocent. Also, give clue about the identity of criminal suspect. And also verify the statement of those who are involved in the saves a lot of time and effort during the process of investigation. Kasi nga, we know na once we are conducting surveillance in other types of getting the evidence, dito mas mabilis kasi it save the time and also yung effort na kumbaga isahan na lang yung gastos. But the situation is if the person or the suspect is willing to have the polygraph kasi hindi natin siya pwedeng pilitin. Also, in a polygraph is mainly used for investigation. In general kasi in the Philippines, we're saying na hindi siya acceptable. But the truth is it is accepted in the court. Explain natin yan mamaya. And every criminal investigation, the victim, suspect, and witnesses present their own version of events surrounding an incident at a particular time and date. So in this case kasi, there are differences when it comes to the victim. Sometimes the victim go to the agency or maybe sila yung kinukuhaan, pwede rin yun. Or maybe the suspect, pwede rin silang kuhaan ng polygraph. As ito yung focus natin mostly, the suspect pag hindi umaamin. But pag pumayag siya to conduct an polygraph examination, to undergoing this, maybe pwedeng ma-eliminate kung sakaling siya ay innocent. Also the witnesses or witness, maybe kasi they have their own version in telling. Siyempre, we are conducting one by one in the conduct of polygraph examination. So if the witnesses are three, so nagkakaroon silang kanya-kanyang kwento or story that will help also to that will lead to look at the suspect, yung talagang perpetrator. The next, the two application of polygraph in criminal investigation. It is used in America also. So diagnostic application. The ultimate goal of this application is to seek the successful determination of truth or deception. The term diagnostic used because it said that kung sa doctor, it dinadiagnose niya talaga or talagang one by one, the examiner will do their part. It requires the service of expert examiner. As we said, pag expert, talagang he is expert, may experience siya, full knowledge siya when in the conduct of the polygraph examination. Ito daw yung tao na talagang yung totoo ang kukunin, yung truth or deception, dun sa diagnostic application. May difference kasi doon sa interrogatory because in the PNP, we're doing also yung sa police, parang just to get only yung sa kanyang ambition or confusion. Pag confuse niya o pag sabi niya ng totoo doon sa pangyayari. Parang pangtatakot lang, the kind of application is less concerned with the issue of truth and also usually seek a confession. Kasi meaning the police are already know that he is the person who do that crime. Kumbaga, binibigyan lang natin siya ng chance na aminin niya yung kanyang mali ginawa. So that are the difference of the two. The reference na kinunan ko nito is in the book, sa book ng American book, where it is used, yung diagnostic application and interrogation or interrogatory application. That two. So may difference sila. In our country, we don't know if they are applying here this diagnostic application or interrogatory application, because in interrogatory application here, kumbaga madagdag lang tayo ng expenses on this case. Kasi syempre medyo may pera din na gagamitin kapag nagpunta tayo sa ating agency.
Opo. Oh.
Okay. So we continue. Okay, the next pre-employment screening. Another uses of polygraph is pre-employment screening, not only for criminal investigation, but also for pre-employment screening. It is the fastest and most accurate means of verifying the statement of a job applicant from derogatory remarks by previous employer who bears personal grudge against him. It is used by the some employer or especially in the bank also, kung nag-hire sila sa bangko ng empleyado or yung mga malalaking company, it is also used the polygraph examination. Pumupunta po sila sa mga agency ng polygraph, like yung sa mga truth verifier, mga ganong klaseng agency, just to help them, para parang sila na yung kasama na pagtulong para makakuha tayo ng magaling or makakuha ng mas magagaling na empleyado. And also, ang basis lang nila for the pre-employment screening is yung sinasubmit na application form ng sa ating applicant. That will help also the employer who can say na mas pwedeng gamitin siya or pwede siyang maging isang part ng kanilang organization. Also, the periodic screening also. It is in other country also, in the in America, it used in the yung periodical screening, or sometimes yung parang every 6 months, or dun sa mga cases ng mga may probation or parole, just to determine if the person is doing kumbaga sumusunod dun sa binigay nilang protocol. But dito sa periodic screening, itong naka-state dito, it is the best way for a company to determine these honest employees who are responsible for company losses, like yung malalaking company, or also those sa mga bangko, especially kung every 6 months or every year mayroon silang screening on the polygraphy, or in-screening nila, parang schedule na yon para ma-detect or ma-check if the person is still ang loyalty is nasa company pa rin. Okay, the promotion, isa yon. Isang magandang din to, kasi it help also for the promotion. There is an instance where the company has difficulty in deciding between 2 or more candidates to be promoted. For example, vice president, mag-a-apply for a president ng isang company, or may mga pinagpipilian, medyo mahirap on their part. So it is the way using that the polygraph examination. So they will go to the polygraph agency, may mga nagkakandak ng polygraph, and then they will do that polygraphy to those who are candidate to be promoted. It also help to determine who is the most qualified, as well as employees' future and intent against the company. So yeah, we'll go to the topic 2, or the development of polygraphy. So you can show here the history, mostly the history. I make it shorten about the development of polygraphy. Yung history, I did not get all, but syempre I get those important ones. So the early methods of detecting deception, here, the red hot iron ordeal, practiced on the hill tribe of Rejmal and the North Bengal. An accused places his tongue to a red hot iron 9 times unless born to honor. If born, he will put to death as he is guilty. That is the way. Ganun nila gawin nung unang panahon ang to detect those person, parang pinaamin lang. Kumbaga dito sa atin sa Pilipinas nung panahon, sabi nung ibang pulis, buhusan lang ng malamig na tubig, isang pitsil lang daw na tubig, aamin na. But in this case, sa kanila nung panahon, very inhuman. As in inhuman because imagine there are how many times? 9 times. And your tongue will be put into the red hot iron. So yeah. Another one is boiling water ordeal. It is common in Africa. The method that is subject will be asked to plunge his right arm into the boiling water to the elbow and step into the other side of the fire. So, just to see kung masunog din o kung masaktan siya, so syempre, nakakumit siya or siya yung may kasalanan. The trial by combat also, part yan noong panahon. A fight between accuser and the accused, silang dalawa maglalaban na. However, lose the battle, will be adjudged guilty. Nadaog na nga ni, So already, ano na siya, but he is already guilty pa rin. Originated in India, where accusers could be hire somebody or bigger one to fight the accused. So, the other one, so, ang mangyayari, ginukuha ng accuser yung mga malalaking tao or yung panglaban nila or pang-fight just to lose, pag natalo nila yung inaakusahan, so syempre nagkakaroon na lang, doon na nila na-judge yun. Okay, after the fight, the loser will be adjudged guilty of crime. It become legal ordeal in England during the time of King Henry III. So, yan, yung trial by combat. So, ganun kabigat yung sitwasyon, at the time. Another is trial by torture. The accused was put into the physical test. If the accused can endure such torture, he will be considered innocent. So, kapag malakas ka nung panahon, so kahit gumawa ka ng kasalanan, so siguro pwedeng maano ka, di ba? Ma-consider kang walang kasalanan because kaya ng katawan mo, yung mga physical test or yung lakas ng katawan. So, yan. So, another ordeal is red hot needle naman. So, kanina, iron. But here, a needle. We can imagine that the needle, a red hot needle again, was drawn the lips of the accused. So, it will be put into the lips of the accused. If innocent, no blood will be seen flowing out. So, mainit siya. So, there is a chance na pwedeng wala. But, siyempre, that is a needle and hot needle. So, medyo masakit din talaga yon. So, that is practiced in East Africa. So, ayan. Another is a donkey tail ordeal. So, it put the donkey was placed in one room alone and was observed. If the donkey cried, kasi maybe those suspect will put kasama nung donkey. And then, if the donkey cried, that's guilty of crime. Pag siguro sumigaw yung donkey, meaning he is the person who committed the crime. Parang ganon, guilty. Ina-accuse na nila ng guilty. What if sadyang nakakatakot lang yung itsura nung ating suspect, pero hindi naman talaga siya yung nag-commit ng crime. So, mag-accuse siya as guilty kasi kung natakot sa kanya yung donkey. So, yan yung mga camps again. Again, we from here, there are not only 6, but there are more mga from the history. There are yung showing the yung pagchuchuno lang ng rice, showing the rice, yon. Marami pang klase po ng ginamit at the time ng mga panahon based from the history on this to detect the crime or the criminal. Yun yung paraan nila nung panahon. We're very inhuman. Yung mga sitwasyon po natin, medyo mabigat on the part of the suspect, or maybe kung suspect siya at innocent, lahat ng mga nabanggit natin is medyo mabigat on the part of the suspect. Where sa panahon ngayon, yun nga pong mahawakan mo, mapalo mo yung isang suspect, may kaso na yung pulis. So, ganun kabigat kung pupuntahin natin yung panahon, kung babalikan natin siya lahat. Okay. So, as the time, mayroon tayong mga dati pa. So, ngayon may modern method to detect the deception. So, we'll do this one by one. Makikita natin dito one by one about this. The scientific method of detecting deception, yung bago ngayon, kumbaga nasa modern na, although hindi totally as in ngayon na, kasi itong 21st century, hindi na covered yung sa ano. Kasi ito yung panahon pa rin where may mga inhuman pa rin dito. Under the scientific method of detecting deception, use the truth serum, use of necroanalysis or necrosynthesis, and also the hypnotism, also the word association test, and the use of physiological stress evaluator, and the use of alcoholic beverages. We will look at this one by one. When we say in here, in the truth serum, at the time, that the truth serum is misnomer or meaning here serum. So the truth serum is a misnomer. As I said, the misnomer is yung naming or wrong name. The procedure on this is make someone tell the truth, and the things administered is not serum but usually a drug. It is putting the drugs or injection of the drugs to the suspect or to the subject. The test hyoscine hydrobromide is given hypodermically in repeated doses until a state of delirium is induced. The same, it is in human because the subject will put into delirium na. Then, when the proper point is reached, the questioning begin and the subject feel a compulsion to answer the question truthfully. So, parang pamimilit. Kumbaga, parang the same with the torture, but the difference is using the injection of that drugs. So that is the truth serum. Where that part ginamit yan na medyo nung as in part na rin ng modern, pero hindi rin siya makatao. The same, the necroanalysis or necrosynthesis, may pagkakapareha sila. This method of deception detection is practically the same as the administration of truth serum. The only difference is the drug use. Psychiatric sodium, a metal or sodium pentothal, is administered by the subject. When affect appears, a questioning starts and the claim that the drug causes depression of inhibitory mechanism of the brain and the subject took freely. So in this say, the same with this, using the drug. So ang naapektuhan is the brain of the subject because the sodium, once it put into the person, yung nagkakaroon ng effect to his brain, and that is the way na ginagamit nila just to say or to tell the truth yung subject. Where hindi magandang paraan. Where sabi nga natin nung panahon na mga ito, hindi siya magandang paraan to do this to the subject. The hypnotism. I know some of you are familiar with the hypnotism, and as of now, isa siyang sa ginagamit para sa mga sindikato to hypnotize the victim. But here, it used also as alteration of consciousness and concentration para maiwala mo yung concentration ng isang subject, where the subject manifests the heightened of suggestibility while awareness is maintained. He is aware and then looking something, and then kapag nadala mo na siya, nakuha mo na yung attention, it's the way para tanungin yung subject, where nagbibigay siya ng totoo or pwedeng nagsasabi na siya kung ano yung gusto nating makuha sa kanya. Or that's the situation where not all person are susceptible to hyponic induction. Hindi po lahat. Mayroon din ng mga tao na hindi kayang dalahin ng hypnotism or yung sinasabi nating hypnotic induction. Ito yung subject who are compulsive depressive type. Yung may mga depression or medyo malalalim ang iniisip kasi wala siyang awareness. And then wala siyang, hindi mo makukuha yung kanyang attention. Strong-willed like lawyer. Yan, mga strong personality yan. The accountant, physician, and other professional are usually non-hypnotizable. So ito, ginagamit lang ito dun sa mga sabi nga, medyo yung personality, nandun yung awareness niya, pero medyo mahina yung kanyang personality. Parang walang masyadong like ito yung mga tao, lawyers, lalo na yan, kasi they are a person ng mga palaban yan. The word association test is this word association, halos dito din nag-focus o nagsimula yon. Although in lie detection, may pagkakaiba siya kasi the stimulus, a list of stimulus and non-stimulus word are read to the subject who is instructed to answer as quickly as possible. Mabilisan lang. Pero, the answer to the question may be yes or no. Kumbaga kasi, kung ano yung unang pumasok sa isip ng subject, ito yung recorded mo. Ito yung makukuha mo. Ano yun? Kaya nga, word association is, ano yung words na gagamitin mo? Ano yung mga tanong mo sa kanya para biglaan niyang sagutin, para hindi niya na pwedeng bawiin. Yun na yun. So, ang pagkakaiba niya with the lie detector, the time interval between the words uttered by the examiner and the answer of the subject is recorded. Kasi ito, sa polygraph, iba man yung procedure compared sa word association test. But in the word association test, we can understand that this question ng answerable by yes or no is it must be done quickly to the subject. Okay, the next is the psychological stress evaluator. Ito, isa din siyang maganda, pero as of now, we don't know if it is used in this our country, but ito, nakuha ko rin ito dun sa book in America, where this psychological stress evaluator, when the person is under stress, as when he is lying. Siyempre, kahit halimbawa yung isang tao, pag tinanong mo talaga at magsisinungaling yan, siyempre, ang mind niyan, ang emotion niyan is different. Parang something, alert siyang maigi. Kasi nga, because of that. So, the microtremor in the voice utterance is moderately or completely suppressed. That is, parang nagkakaroon siya ng, nakukuha yun yung tremor, where the degree of suppression carries inversely to the degree of psychological stress and the speaker. The physiological stress evaluator also detects and measures the graphic and also graphically display the voice modulation that we cannot hear. Those yung actual hearing by the person, hindi natin makikita yon because of this psychological stress evaluator. It will help us to see, kasi yung parang kung naano natin yung sound, mayroon siyang tremor or yung parang makukuha tayo na nare-record niya yon. That will, if he is lying, iba yung dating ng voice niya doon sa recorded, where it's suppressed. Okay, so in the physiological stress evaluator, isa rin sana siya sa magandang paraan, kaya lang hindi rin siya gaanong nagagamit. Sa atin, or wala akong naririnig na ginamit yan dito sa ating country. At another, it is also a modern way to detect the deception. Intoxication. I know some of us, we are doing this yung mga ginagamit din yan to detect, to tell the truth. The ability of alcohol to reveal the real person behind the mask, well, all of us are saved to wear mask of sanity is reflected in the age-old maxim. Yung term is in vino veritas, in wine there is a truth. It is true sa inyong part ba? Ginagawa ba natin to parang mga biro-biroan? But it is true na ginagamit ng mga investigator. The person whose statement is to be taken is allowed to take alcoholic beverage to almost intoxication. Pag talagang sabi nga ay marami na siyang nainom at marami nang at the time to speak, nagiging madaldal na yung subject natin kapag intoxicated na with the alcohol. So kaya nga natatanggal na yung kanyang mask and na lumalabas na yung totoo. There are person na hindi natin mapapainom kasi alam nila na may kapag nalasing, baka pwedeng sabihin natin na makapagsabi siya ng kanyang itinatago. Pero mostly, it is done kapag nagkakaroon ng surveillance, di ba? We are doing that. Nagkakandak ng papainumin mo muna yung subject and then until na makukuha mo na yung totoo. Okay. Sa intoxication, diyan din nahuhuli yung mga may mga asawa na may sabi nga ay may mga nang bababae. Sorry for the words. Okay. So the intoxication. Okay. Next, we are done with the topic 2. And we are now in the pioneers in the history of polygraphy. And we are now in the pioneers in the history of polygraphy. So in the topic 3, we focus on the pioneers in the history of polygraphy. There are so many person involved or having the contribution into the polygraphy. Marami sila. But for now, I have some, kasi kinompress nga natin yung lecture to simple. That is yung mga tao lang na mas may mga malalaking contribution. Yung mga latest, I did not included yung mga masyadong latest na. Ito yung mga pioneers work kung how the polygraph or the lie detection, the parts of the lie detector machine, how it is developed, those person only yung kinuha natin. So from here, first in the history, even though Daniel Defoe with here walang machine pa dito. Kay Daniel Defoe, the British novelist who wrote an essay entitled An Effectual Scheme for the Immediate Preventing of the Street Robberies and Suppressing All Other Disorder of the Night, wherein he recommended that taking the pulse. So doon pa lang nag-start from that book na or from that essay na sinabi niya, suppressing all disorder of the night. Ang ginamit is taking the pulse of a suspicious fellow was a practical, effective, and human method for distinguishing truthful from lying. So here, kasi sa kanya, naniwala na siya na those person who are, kumbaga, masyado nang mas mabilis yung pulse rate kapag nahuli mo siya, especially in the actual na nandun sa street doing bad or pwedeng may ginagawang hindi maganda or sabi natin yung mga street robbers. In that case, mas mabilis yung pulse rate niya. Dahil dito, sa mga pagkakataon na yon, doon sila nagsimula na mag-isip that taking the pulse or taking to that individual yung mismong sa kanyang manggagaling yung sa kanyang evidence na pwedeng siya mismo na nagsisinungaling, that is the case that will Daniel Defoe help para magsimula po yung polygraph. The Salting Company, although ito yung modern, itong picture is ito yung medyo modern na, but ito yung pinakang una po. The 1886 Christian Hans Stolting founded the Stolting company or corporation where become a leading product supplier on the physiological, psychological, and psychophysiological measurement. Not saying already nung time na yung kasi, is not totally as a polygraph, but yeah, there are yung focus on the physiological and psychological. Si Stolting, as of now, marami pa rin silang napoproduce or ginagawa ng mga klase ng mga polygraph machine. That's why, ang sabi natin, the polygraph is not only one type. Marami pong klase ng polygraph and kanya-kanya ng paniniwala yung mga clients kung alin ang pipiliin nilang klase ng polygraph machine. So, the 1878, Angelo Mosso used an instrument called plethysmograph in his research on emotion and fear. So, focus siya with the emotion and fear. If we can say kanina, ang sinabi ni Daniel Defoe is focused siya on the pulse rate. But here, in the research ni Angelo Mosso, focus lang siya in emotion and fear in the subject. Yung takot, syempre, undergoing questioning, and he studied the effect of this variable on the cardiovascular and respiratory activity. So from that emotion and fear, the person, it affect the cardiovascular and respiratory activity. Pati paghinga ng isang subject will also included. Nakukuha or naiintindihan niya na ito yung pwedeng maging effect nung takot or nung pwedeng emotion or matinding emotion ng isang subject. That's why. Okay. So, 1888, Wallace Sampson Peary, a French scientist who discovered the electrodermal response. Thus, we say electrodermal response or yung sinasabi nating galvanograph. This caused by an increase in action of heart and vital energy converted with human emotion. So, kasama dun yung reaction ng ating skin sa kanya, dun siya nakafocus. So kung makita natin, unti-unti, bago siya na-develop, bago siya napunta dito sa electrodermal, so nagdaan muna siya with the fear and emotion. And dun sa cardiovascular. And then at the time, the same, nakuha niya with the heart and vital energy is also converted with human emotion. Where yung electrodermal or yung glands natin, nag-affect siya with the yung dermal activity natin. Mas nagkakaroon ng yung kuryente sa skin. Okay. When it comes to Sir Lombroso in 1895, so tumataas na yung niyan, employed the first scientific instrument to detect deception. But here, Lombroso, hindi siya yung una. Inano lang niya, minodified niya lang yung mga nauna. Whereas the existing instrument called by hydrospimograph. This hydrospimograph and used his modified device in his experiment to measure the physiological changes. The physiological changes that occurred in crime suspect blood pressure. So kanina is not yet involved with blood pressure, but now involved already the blood pressure and pulse rate. And kanina hindi binanggit doon ni na Mosso about the focus lang sila sa emotion. But nung pumasok na si Sir Lombroso, kasi siya nakafocus siya kasi doctor siya. Si Sir Lombroso is a doctor where ang focus niya is the human being. So by that, mas lalo siyang nakita niya dito yung blood pressure and pulse rate during the police interrogation. Mas mabilis and mas tumataas. So doon niya na-discover na mas ini-improve niya yung mga naunang ginawang instrument. Si Hugo naman, Monsterberg, focused and advocated the lie test based on lie detector should be admissible as evidence in court. Dito si Hugo, medyo 19th century na kasi. So, kasi nung una, walang binanggit doon that it could be admissible in court. But he, as a lawyer, nag-focus siya that it could help to admit in the court. And also 1914, Vittorio Binosi is also successfully detected the deception with pneumograph. It is an instrument that graphically measure and examine inhalation and exhalation. Ito na yung breathing. Kaya nga pneumograph, it is the one parts of the machine and demonstrate the changes in breathing pattern accompany deception. Nagkakaroon daw sa kanya kasi doon niya na-discover na pagkakaiba-iba ng rate or ng pagtaas at pagbaba o yung rate ng ating breathing kapag tayo ay kinakabahan o medyo natatakot or may something na tinatago. Yung changes sa breathing kasi yung pattern niyan kapag hindi ka or normal lang, hindi siya nagtumataas o bumababa yung kanyang graph. But using this, the pneumograph, nare-record siya nitong instrument. Yung exhalation and inhalation. Yung pagtaas at pagbaba, yung the same nung paghinga natin. Si Marston also, William M. Marston, contribution to the science of detection and deception is more method than instrumentation. He believed that verbal deception could be detected by changes in systolic blood pressure. Ang focus ni Marston is also a blood pressure, almost the same kanina, but he used standard blood pressure cuff. Kung yung iba ang ginagamit is yung parang isinusuot lang yung kamay just to look yung pulse rate. So dito, gumamit na siya ng blood pressure cuff, yung paggamit sa kanyang sa braso, paglalagay. Ang tawag doon sa sinasabi natin is sphygmomanometer to take the measurement of systolic blood pressure during interrogation. That is the way na nakatulong din si William Marston and the history of the polygraph. Also, 1918 and 19th centuries na to, Harold Barth determined that respiratory changes were indicative of deception. So kanina yung binanggit doon with D'Alembroso, pero here mas binigyan niya or na-determine niya talaga na deception na talaga. He found out that changes in systolic blood pressure also were of the great value in determining deception than changes in the respiration. Kasi nga, getting the systolic, nagkakaroon ng irregularity, and then it could say na pwedeng deception or yung may itinatago na yung subject. Doon included yung respiratory. So that is Harold Barth. Also, si John Larson in 1921, it developed a Larson polygraph. That's why ngayon makita natin, iba pa yung Stolting, iba naman yung kay Larson. Were an instrument capable of continuously recording blood pressure, pulse, and respiration. It was made on polygraphic apparatus, a portable form, and became the first assemblage of apparatus used by his co-worker in the Berkeley Police Department. In this Larson, parang mas nagamit na siya. Kasi nung una, it's only haka-haka pa lang, gawa-gawa lang. But here, it is the first time it is used, the apparatus na inasimbol niya. Well, that is the first time sa Berkeley Police Department. At may kasama siya doon. Sino siya? In 1925, Leonardo the Killer, who had gained first-hand experience in polygraph interrogation as a result of working with John A. Larson. Siya yung kasama ni Larson at the first time na ginamit nila yung polygraph na inassemble nila. Where in that Berkeley Police Department worked to devise a polygraph that used ink pen for recording. So, gumamit na dito sila nung time na yon. Yung tawag ngayon is yung hemograph. So, dati, yung mga ink na yon, parang gumamit lang sila ng ink just to record yung mga changes in the subject blood pressure, pulse rate, and respiratory pattern. Meaning, medyo nagkumpleto na siya kasi may blood pressure na siya, may pulse rate na, and may respiratory pattern na. Thus eliminating the need for smoking the paper and then perceiving it in the cella. Where paggamit na nila that is the time na nag-start na silang gumamit ng ink or gumamit na din sila ng paper, ruled paper. In this case, Leonardo the Killer, because siya yung first-hand experience to have that interrogation. Dito, in 1938, he further refined the polygraph where he added the third physiological measuring component for the detection of deception, where he included the psychogalvanometer. Ito na yung skin. Kasi kanina wala po dun yung skin. Included na ngayon dito, a component that measure changes in subject galvanic skin resistance during questioning and doing so. Thus signaling the birth of the polygraph was as we know it today. So that is now the first signaling of having the polygraph. At that time, na-complete na yung polygraph, yung parts were as of now as na ginagamit ngayon. Where 1939, Killer also patented what is now understood as prototype of modern polygraph, the Killer polygraph. That's why meron din siya. Iba pa si Larson, may polygraph din si Larson, but also having also the Killer polygraph. So Leonardo the Killer also, he founded the first polygraph school, the Killer Polygraph Institute in Chicago, Illinois. And because he is the person or person na nagkaroon ng polygraph testing, and siya yung unang naisalang doon, today, Leonardo D. Killer is known as the father of the modern polygraph. That is on this history. Also, John Reid, again, pa rin ng 19th century, 1947. John A. Reid, a lawyer from Chicago, Illinois, developed the control question technique. So, dati, kanina wala tayong binanggit about the questioning. On his, ito yung may pinakang malaking contribution when it comes to polygraphy because he developed now the question technique. Although, to share with you, there are so many techniques in the question or in doing the question, also the interpreting. But ang pinakang madami or pinakang sikat ngayon is the CQT, yung tawag ngayon. A polygraph technique that is incorporated control question. Where yung sinasabi natin nagkaroon ng control question, maintindihan niyo yun mamaya kapag andun na tayo sa examination, doon sa part 3 ng examination. Kasi yung control question is used, galing ito kay John Reid. That is used to compare the emotion of the subject. We're arousing for non-deceptive subject and less emotionally arousing for deceptive subject and less emotionally arousing for the deceptive subject than relevant question previously used. Kasi dati, yung relevant and irrelevant question only. So, yung irrelevant question in-include dito. So, maybe hindi pa natin naaabot yung what is relevant and irrelevant and control question. It will be discussed doon sa pagbuo natin ng question. So here, by here, the John Reid question technique, ito yung magandang na-share niya with income to the polygraphy. Kasi ito yung una nating gagawin kapag nagkakandak tayo ng polygraph examination. Pagkakuha natin ng information sa subject, ito yung susunod, magkakandak na ng paggagawa na ng questioning. So ito yung medyo mahirap na trabaho na ni polygraph examiner. Okay, ito kay 1960, Clive Baxter. Clive Baxter, ito siya mahilig siya sa halaman. Siya yung klase ng taong mahilig sa halaman. Pero dito, ang pinukusan niya is the zone comparison technique, a polygraph technique which primarily involve an alteration of grade questioning or sequencing. Yung kaya nga may Baxter technique tayong gagamitin. Ito yung comparison technique, a polygraph technique which pagpapalit-palit or yung sequencing ng question. Yung tamang pagkasunod-sunod, although isiningit na yung sinasabi nating control question. He also introduced the quantification system of chart analysis. Kasi dati, kung alin lang yung tumaas at saka bumaba dun sa graph, parang sige na yun na yung sinasabi nating deceptive na or maybe truthful. But here, very important yung pagdating niya kasi yung quantification system is important also. Parang ito yung part na kung saan pagbilang na or pagtingin na natin dun sa chart. Let's make it more objective and scientific than before. Kasi yung dati parang manumanong titingnan mo lang, pag tumaas na yung chart, pag tumaas na yung graph dun sa chart, sabihin, ano na to, deceptive kasi kinabahan. But here, mayroon siyang paraan how to do it. And mamaya, and the last part, yun yung part ng topic natin, in quantification system. Okay, polygraph examination. Or before we understand yung kalahatan po, andito sa topic 4, why isang individual is nadidetect natin or nakukuha natin yung sinasabi nating parts ng nagkakaroon ng deceptive or non-deceptive yung subject. So dito, in topic 4, we have to understand the psychophysiological detection of deception. So we'll review about the designs or yung sa human body system na inaralan natin nung high school or maybe nung elementary. But here, looking back, so first, the tripod foundation of polygraphy. Kasi ito, may mga legs. May dalawang legs, the one side and then the other side, and then dun sa baba as part ng tripod. So the first leg were the physiological leg basis or basic premise. ang sinasabi nating isang leg where kung saan is the brain, part ng brain natin, yung center ng brain. Under this premise, the simulation of the certain nervous system component, yung pinakang center part ng brain natin, which can thus be identified or automatically through the involuntary mental and emotional process of almost every person who is consciously and defensively intent. So here, you can see yung pinakang unang leg niya where the brain. Very important is the brain. So, ang sabi nga natin kanina, when I say it, yung kaunahan is very important po yung consciousness ng subject. Kasi ito yung pinakang unang component na dapat maintindihan or naintindihan niya yung sitwasyon. So here, emotionally, or the process of almost every person, lahat tayo, mag-start yan from the brain. Not the heart, but start with the brain. So here, another leg is kanina kung nakita natin is the psychological pa rin. Part pa rin ito yung physiological changes where can be recorded and identify this manner are some which automatically occur and only occur through the simulation of specific nervous system. Here you can see the body. So yan yung parts niya. Once na gumalaw, lahat ng parts niyan is nag-active or may kumbaga active yan. Hindi pwedeng natutulog lang yung isang parts ng katawan niya. Especially yung brain and lahat ng parts diyan. Ang tawag diyan in only occur through the same stimulation of specific nervous system component through that brain, where thus permit the identification of the scientific nervous or nervous system component simulated. Lahat sila. Kasama na din yung kidney, kasama na din yung sa ating bladder, yung sa ating parts sa ating blood, yung pag-circulate ng blood and everything on that physiological. That's why combination from the brain and the physical parts. That's why we say that physiological changes. Where that two, itong dalawa, psychological, that part ng leg, where included ito yung sa baba, another leg, where the instrument as forensic polygraph. Ito na yung mismong instrument na nire-record niya. Nakukuha niya from that physiological changes on the psychological changes. Nakukuha niya to and it become now the mechanically graph or getting the graph now. So if you can notice, from the physiological changes, from which changes themselves can be identified. Like for here, you can see the different graph from the presentation that could get the color red is the blood pressure from the bottom. You see also the sweat duct activity, where ito yung sa ating sinasabi nating skin resistance. If that is the skin resistance is like that, yung nakikita yung negative 3 dyan, meaning it is deceptive ang basa dyan. Kasi nga, medyo malaki-laki yung niya. Kasi mostly, ang huli pong gumagana dyan or mabagal na gumalaw po is the part ng skin. The stomach breathing, yung pangatlo were color green, and the chest breathing. So yan, yung recorded. So by that leg, yung tatlo, the psychological, physiological, and mechanical are the basic part dun sa kinukuha natin in that polygraph or lie detection test. Okay, that graph will be understand ulit mamaya. May mga sample naman po ako niyan. And why yung mga intervals niyan may mga different colors. Because dito po, sa sample ko dito sa presentation ko ngayon is magkaiba po kasi yung polygraph ng machine natin kasi meron po tayong tinatawag na analog and meron po tayong computerized. So naka-computerize po tayo ngayon kaya mas madali mo siyang ma-analyze and makikita mo kasi kaagad unlike doon sa analog. Okay. That is topic number 4, and then the topic number 5, the human body system. Again, almost connected siya with that topic 4, but again, to review, ano po, about the nervous system. At the person, how important the brain or the central nervous system and the neurological function of the brain. So here, yung mga division, just to have a review lang naman on our part. Kasi para lang makita natin, I know some of you, kasi tinitake naman ninyo yan. So, yung under ng central nervous system, we have yung sinasabi nating CNS, is the brain and the spinal cord. Where deliver, siya nagdi-deliver from the spinal cord, siya nagdi-deliver from the brain going to the other parts of the body. Another, the peripheral nervous system, where somatic nervous system and autonomic nervous system. And then, under that, meron tayong sympathetic and parasympathetic. And may mga illustration tayo dyan mamaya. Another po, about the central nervous system, the very important also parts is the forebrain. And ang brain po natin kasi, may nagre-restore siya ng mga memories. In that case, kahit ganun lang siya, na makita natin na may maliit siya dyan, and the center, where nag-store ng memories. Kaya kapag tinanong yung isang individual, it-stimulate, nakukuha or nadidetect niya yan. Another parts, the central nervous system, yung mayroon tayong left and right. So, bakit natin to sinishare? Kasi mayroong differences din po when it comes to this. Pag ang left po natin na part, where mostly, again, ang sabi natin is verbal competence, or dito sa kabila is non-verbal. Opposite po sila. That's why, minsan magsasabi tayo, bakit hindi mo kasi kaagad naintindihan? O baka naman kasi, ang brain na nag-a-active sa kanya, itong sa left. Kasi baka hindi nakukuha through comprehension dun sa right. Kasi may magkaiba sila. Reading, speaking, thinking, reasoning, dun yun sa left. Sa comprehension naman, meron siya dun sa right. And the same with the process information sequence is also as a whole intuitive. Magkaano siya. But the same, nasa isang tao lang yan. Although kung kailan lang siya nagpo-process, sometimes nagpapalit-palit din yan. The important for the expression of the positive emotion, and once again sa right is yung negative emotion. Kaya merong tao na minsan, sige lang, okay lang, relax lang, kasi we are happy. Parang happy person. But yung brain niya kasing gumagana sa kanya is the left. Why? Sometimes you are not good. Yung expression of negative emotion. Sometimes I'm not happy for now. I'm not good for now. Parang gano'n na, parang something na sabi nga, that is yung right hemisphere niya, yung gumagana. Another, the damage to the left hemisphere lead to loss of the capacity of joy. Kaya nakakatakot po. Dapat maiwasan natin na ma-damage yung left hemisphere natin kasi baka mawala yung capacity of joy. Also, the damage of right hemisphere naman, it become euphoric. Okay? And the activation in the left hemisphere leads to tendencies to approach other people. Kapag active yung left hemisphere mo, andun yung time mo or chances mo na very active ka to talk with the people, parang you are happy. But ito naman, kapag yung activation naman ng right hemisphere mo lead to tendencies to withdraw from people. Sabi mo, I'm not good today, don't talk to me, parang that is the situation. So yan, yung left and right hemisphere natin, where kaya minsan masabi kayo, ano nga ngunya na daw, may ganon, kasi wag munang kausapin, kasi yun yung gumagana sa kanya, possible yung right hemisphere. So yan yung differences. And also, serving the activator of the body, kasi importante po yun. The nervous system, through the brain, and all the nerve tissues receive, evaluate, integrate, and store any stimulus growth to the body from environment. And the same rate, the system send out message to the various part of organs for the specific response. That's why our brain, importante yon na pag nag-receive siya ng stimulus or coming outside. That's why po, once we are conducting the polygraph examination, we are avoiding yung very noise or any distraction, kasi if that is the stimulus received by the sensor, pwedeng hindi man yung tinatanong mo, yung pwedeng isinasagot nung reaction niya, but yung ingay sa labas or baka yung yung ibang nadinig niya. Tapos, babasahin mo siya as deceptive. So, that is the difference. Okay? So, to illustrate how neuron system operate in the body, here is a simple layout of the, here is the simple layout of the chain reaction process. Thus, first, the stimulus is given by a way of pricking a needle into the finger. So imagine, once na nag-prick tayo ng, try nating tusukin yung ating daliri, the brain receiving. Alin ang una, bago tayo nasaktan, ang unang nun is the brain, serving as the highest quarter for the system. So remember, the brain is the highest, not the heart. It's not activated and thus awakened. Magigising ka or parang magugulat ka, but it received by the brain. As breaking start with the fingers, such stimulus is immediately received by the receptor. It received by receptor. Although, ang brain, activated, syempre, lahat tayo parang biglang nagulat ka. So, there is a reaction. Another, this receptor of the senses will convert energy to receive entrancement from. So, ito na yun. Syempre, yung sight. Yan yung, kaya nga, once na nag-ano tayo, may tamang room. Discuss natin yun mamaya. Kasi yung sight natin is also important. Kasi isa siya sa receptor. Very important receptor. Hearing. Yan. Also, smell or yung olfactory organ natin, including our nose. Kasi yung pag-smell natin, sometimes kasama din yung ano natin, not only the nose, but syempre yung mouth natin, nakakasagap na rin yan, sabay-sabay na. Taste, or yung gustatory organ involving tongue. The touch through skin and muscle. Itong extrasensory reception, hindi lahat ng tao meron ito. Sixth sense through the mind and memory. That's why may yung mga nag-study within the drama, yung kaya nilang magpaangat ng tao or something. Ito yung mga sinasabi nating extrasensory perception. Kinesthesis, a very important sense for give information about the movements of parts of the body with respect to one another. Yung paggalaw. Equilibratory or equilibratory sense where inform the other parts of the body out movement of the head in space. So yan yung mga receptors natin. Okay, so we have two division of autonomic nervous system. We have the parasympathetic nervous system, yung binanggit natin kanina, and the parasympathetic. So yung sabi natin kanina is through energy or action, yung paggalaw niya, yun yung sympathetic, yung pagkilos, and then parasympathetic is the housekeeping or braking system. Yung parang I need brake, parang ganito. So yan, ito yun, mga parts na yan were in the brain, coming from the brain also. So if you can notice, yung parasympathetic is nakaturo yung arrow natin or yung line, yung sa may part ng mata rin. Pero on the other part, yung sympathetic, syempre, delivered doon sa backbone or yung part nun, yung pinakang dulo ng backbone. So you can notice from that illustration, the different parts of the body that yung parasympathetic and sympathetic parts where nagkakaroon siya ng chain of sympathetic ganglia. So yan. So yung different parts niyan, may nandiyan yung stimulate flow of saliva, that part, nandiyan sa may medulla oblongata, and then slow heartbeat also, then constrict bronchi, stimulate peristalsis and other secretion, dyan sa part ng stomach, and also stimulate release of the bile, dyan sa may liver, and then contract bladder. So yan. So, pag sa sympathetic naman, this part. So, the deflate pupil, inhibits flow of saliva. So, may controlling siya. And then, accelerate the heartbeat. Dilate bronchi. And then, exhibit peristalsis and secretion under part of the stomach also. And then, conversion of glycogen and glucose also. Secretion of the adrenaline and noradrenaline, and also inhibit the bladder construction. So yan, importante ko yan. Kung makita nyo, bakit Bakit may mga connection? So, yan yung mga parts ng body where nag-affect, nag-connect. That's why it is recorded into the polygraph. Another, ayan, autonomic nervous system response. Ito yung mga response niya. Sa sympathetic response, syempre, fight, 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 kasi active siya. Sa parasympathetic response, rest and digest. Parang, sige lang, relax lang. So, that are. Okay. The circulatory system, part ng body. So, kanina, binanggit natin is nakafocus siya within the brain. That's why nakita natin yung deliveries through to the other parts. But here, circulatory system, kasi ito yung isang kinukuha ng machine, is yung pagdating dun sa how it circulate, yung blood natin, and then, the very important one na nagbibigay or nagdi-deliver ng blood to our other parts of the body is through the action of the heart. That's why heart, kung pababayaan heart, ano po, kasi napakahalaga po niyan. Where the oxygen-rich blood, yan, kung paano yan nagsisirculate, there is a blue and then the red arrow. So we can see the enters the heart from the lungs and goes out to the body. Kaya dapat continuous siya, ano po, walang bara. Enters the heart from the body and goes out to the lungs. Kita natin yung kulay blue. So, yan yung difference niyan. Where ito yung pag-pump niyan, pagbibigay niya ng lakas, yung tamang pump niyan, it will help the brain and other parts of the body for the activation. That's why vertical section of the brain showing middle cerebral artery. Yan. Ipinakikita dyan yung pag-deliver nung blood going to the brain. So kapag hindi maganda at may blood clotting on the part of the brain, you can see, kung okay yung heart, the problem naman is, kung may problema, may bara naman going to the part of the head or to the parts of the brain. So yun yung mga clotting. So yan yung mga sinasabing nagkakaroon ng mga high blood or yung pagbabara sa brain or sa part ng arteries ng brain. So yan, sa circulatory system also, parts ng circulation po na because of the heart, it pump and then it goes to the other parts of the body, all parts of the body. So yan, I'm showing to you the pictures of the arteries kung saan dumadaan po yung circulation ng bloods, where it is very important. The respiratory. So this is another one, the third one important part, aside from the brain, the heart, and the respiratory. So in respiratory, it is for taking air into the lungs and also expelling carbon dioxide. So here, because of the lungs, so we can have our good function of the body also. So isang pinakamahalaga pa rin, where the left and the right lungs natin, and then the heart. So this respiratory system, like the nervous and circulatory, is equally important to lie detection. We know that that we can live for 40 days or more without food, but we can survive for 3 days without water, but we die within minutes without oxygen. Its function is automatic. Actually, sabi ko nga, I cannot live for 40 days without food. So, yun yung reference ko. Sabi ko, 40 days talaga. So, siguro, if there is water naman, it's still, they can live. But here, the important here is the respiratory. The oxygen. How important the oxygen to the person. So, yun showing that to that. Where here are those parts kung saan yung gumagamit tayo nung paghinga natin, pag-inhale and exhale, and then yung functions niya. So, yan yung mga areas kung saan dumadaan yung hangin. So, the next, that is only a review naman for us. Another, the breathing capacity. An average person can breathe in about 2,000 cc of air and can expel about 3,500 cc. So, yan, yung pag-breathing, pag-inhale and exhale natin. We can breath only for that ng 2,000 cc lang. Pero mas marami ang kaya nating ilabas na hangin. once we are doing or experiencing it. The breathing pattern or cycle is not constant, even if a good health, because it modified by all type of influence, both voluntary or involuntary. That is true. And breathing natin is affected kapag yung sinasabi natin na hindi mo inaasahan, parang nagsi-shortage ka ng paghinga, is because pwedeng natatakot ka or pwedeng kinakabahan ka. Kaya yung iba po, if you can notice, kapag sa sobrang takot, nahimatay na, nagsushort na. Kasi nga, yung nag-ano yung pattern niya na apektuhan. So, the typical example of influences affecting breathing pattern are coughing, yung pag-ubo, clearing the throat of, clearing of throat, yung sign, and then sniffing or burping, laughing, and yawning. Mostly ito, ma-encounter po natin ito sa subject kapag nagkakandak ng polygraph examination. That's why we are also looking at the subject once we are conducting examination. Kasi itong pag-burp niya or pag-sniff, yung pagsingot niya, possible na maapektuhan po yung graph. And isa siya sa dapat nating ino-note. As it has been pointed out, temperature, humidity, attitude, and posture also affect the respiration rates. So, yan po, about to that. So, we have the next is the skin or excretory system. Ito na po yung pang-apat na parts na kung saan kinukuhaan po natin ng measurements or ng, sabi nga, ng graph. So here, so the parts of the skin, I know you are familiar with that already. So it defined as the external covering of the body, consisting essentially of the epidermis, the dermis, and corium. That are the parts of the skin, where yung pinakang taas, and then meron tayong middle, and then meron tayong pinakang bottom niyan. The anatomical composition of epidermis have 4 layers of stratified epithelium, where the corium is composed of connective tissue containing lymphatic nerves and nerve ending, blood vessel, sebaceous and sweat gland, and elastic fiber. That's why our skin is important kasi it release yung sinasabi natin na energy. May nagre-release yan ng yung pamamawis natin that could be say na nakukuha or nare-record siya. Ito yung pinakang part na kung saan in polygraph, yung sabi ko sa inyo kanina na medyo mabagal or medyo huli siyang nare-record, pero mostly kapag dito ka tumingin, mas nakukuha niya or mas talagang may effect sa kanya. Kasi ito yung hindi makontrol ng tao. Yung paghinga, you can control, you can relax yourself, yung sinasabi natin na sa blood, but pagdating dito sa skin, it cannot be controlled by the individual. Next, the skin has the following basic function: protection against injury and parasitic invasion. There is also regulation of body temperature. Kasi as we know, unang-una, pag sa una, syempre yung mga gas-gas o nakaka-protect siya sa atin. Also, yung regulation sa body temperature. Just imagine if we don't have a skin. So, syempre, yung outside temperature, yung sobrang lamig, sobrang init, it cannot, sabi nga, you cannot say na mabubuhay ka pa niyan kasi sa sobrang hirap siguro. And also, an aid and elimination of the body waste product. So here, because of that, the waste or yung sinasabi nating pamamawis or coming from the skin. Okay, the skin response or yung reflex or yung maririnig nyo lagi yung GSR or your galvanography or yung galvanic is the record that changes in the subject increase or decrease resistance to the constant electrical current generated through an amplifier, recording the galvanometer and rectifier of the polygraph. Isa sa parts ng polygraph machine natin yan. Yung galvanometer or galvanometer. Another is also temperature and humidity affect the sweat gland. Kapag masyadong malamig, hindi masyadong pinapawisan. Pero kung may stimulus, kung may mga itinatanong tayo dun sa subject, kahit medyo malamig yan, pamamawisan pa rin yan or mag-effect pa rin yan. Although, you cannot see it physically, but dun sa part na kung saan nakakabit yung kanyang yung accessories natin dyan, that could affect also. Maano na, kung may actual nga, makikita yon. Also could environment decrease, sweating enhances urination and dehydration. So yan. So when it comes to the skin. Okay. So next, so then yung 4 parts na yan. So again, part pa rin ng skin. If an individual is guilty, he will respond emotionally to question related to his crime. It is true that impossible that such individual being aware of his emotion, ando na yung fear reaction, that is, can suppress the same by inhibiting involuntary internal or external response. Yun na ngayon. Sabi natin, ang hirap nung i-control. It by controlling outward sign of bodily response, indicative of guilt, such as paleness, mamumutla, dryness, yung of the mouth, or nervousness, yung halata mong pagka-nervous niya. Yet, he cannot control his internal physiological changes brought about by his fear reaction, especially his blood pressure and heart action, his respiration rate, and his galvanic skin, or yung GSR, producing sweat and skin resistance, or sweat skin resistance. So, ito yung parts na kung saan yung huling na-discover pero mahalaga din the parts of why we are measured, or how do we measure the parts of the body. So first, also under the topic 5, we have the psychophysiology of lying. Parts siya ng study natin kung bakit napakahalaga po ng lying. Kasi ito yung hinahanap po natin once we are conducting the polygraph investigation or polygraph examination. Under the topic 5, I will continue under the topic 5 about the lie, or what is a lie. So here, lie is a deception in complex mental activity. So coming from the brain, yung binanggit ko na kanina. Another term for deception is lying. So yung term lie. When we lie or deceive many of our function, as we do our higher cognition and researches on his matter, against that with truthfulness, with said to emanate from prefrontal cortex of our brain. Sabi nga natin na nare-restore siya within his brain. Kapag naglalay, mas very active daw yung tao, mas malakas daw or mas mabilis mag-isip yung tao, especially kapag nagsisinungaling siya. Because in his center or part of the brain niya, yung pinakang center ng brain niya is talagang may iniingatan kasi siya, so kailangan niyang maging active. So it remain unclear whether there are functional connectivity differences between lie and telling the truth, or yes, the truth telling. So in the studies, sa mga study daw, the average person lies several times a day. Totoo naman yon. Kasi hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin na we are not doing this in a day. Kasi may mga may mga lying naman na sinasabi natin na hindi naman siya for bad intention, but there is a good intention naman. Sometimes we do this as average person can do, and most of us can do this. Some forms of deception may not necessarily be lying. Here again, another term for lie is untrue statement with intent to deceive or mislead. Parang inililigaw ka or may tinatago na something. To speak untruthfully with an intention or attention to create a false impression. Ito nga yung sabi natin kanina, not all of us, we cannot say na hindi man tayo marunong magsinungaling. Mostly, we say it wrong. Kapag we are used euphemistic term like white lies, yung tawag natin doon, or fibbing, to ace our guilt. We suspiciously or superstitiously cross our finger behind our back, as if to know or to somehow suspend the rules and judge ourselves on the right side of communicative fair play. So may mga white lies naman. So we have the dinner kinds of lie. Magkakaiba yon. Although ang lying kasi hindi naman pwedeng ay isang klase lang to deceive or syempre. We have the white lie or benign lie. So here, there are the kinds of lies used to protect or maintain the harmony of friendship or any relationship. Ito yung benign. Sometimes, kapag kunyari may nangyaring hindi maganda, nakita mo yung friend mo, may kasamang iba, kailangan mo bang sabihin ka agad doon sa friend mo na isa na na kumakaliwa siya. Siyempre ayaw mo noon, ayaw mong masaktan siya or you want to protect or something na you need to protect somebody. That's why you are doing a lying. Pero not bad ang intention. Also, altruistic as we seek first to help others. Even at some cost to ourselves and practice, there are shade of white and what we tell ourselves are white lies are often tending more toward gray than pure white. Yun parang may difference din siya. Kasi ano ba yung inaano natin sa sarili natin? Kaya parang nasa gray area. Parang something you are hide pero hindi naman totally masama yung intention mo. Ito yung mas matindi, yung pathological lie. Ito talaga yung hinahanap natin. This lie made by person who cannot distinguish from right from wrong. So pag ganito yung klase ng liar, meaning talagang ugali niya na or yung parang something kasi nga hindi niya alam what is right and wrong. Hindi niya alam yung marcation, alin ba yung tama and alin ba yung mali. So it is different. Parang pwedeng may part na dito yung breeding sa kanya or paano siya pinalaki. Isa yon kasi kaya naging pathological liar siya. Malicious or judicious lie. This is very pure and unjustifiable kind of lie that is intended purely to mislead or obstruct justice. Nakapokus siya itong sa kaya nga judicial lie kasi nakapokus siya dun sa mga lawyer because sometimes the lawyer you need to defend your client or maybe kung may something you need to hide this just to para maipaglaban mo lang yung client mo. So ito yon, kaya nga nakalagay dyan, pure and unjustifiable kind of lie. So ito yon, kaya isa yung klase na medyo highest yung malicious or judicial lie. The black lie, a lie where a company spray tension and hypocrisy intriguing to cause dishonor or discredit one's good image. So here, ito yung mga something na gusto mo lang na makuha yung image niya, yung siraan yung isa, parang, yun nga, sinasabi niyan, parang binapakfight, kaya nga to dishonor or to discredit the others, kasi pwedeng naiinggit, o pwedeng yung sa kanyang status, parang naiinis siya doon, so kaya pag nagkwento siya, is different from dun sa actual talagang nangyayari. So yan, to dishonor or dishonor the other one. Black lie is simple and values selflessness. Makasarili siya. He will tell back lies when others gain nothing, and the sole purpose is either to get ourselves out of trouble, reducing harm against ourselves, or gain something we desire, or increasing the benefits for ourselves. Parang gusto mo ikaw magaling, yung isa ang hindi magaling. Pero yung natotoo is baligtad. So yan yung sinasabing black lie. Red lie. So ito naman. So color again. Red lie is about spite and revenge. This liar is driven by a motive to harm others, even at expense of harming himself. So, medyo mabigat. Kasi talagang, na siya, may pinagdaraanan, pwedeng may pinagdaraanan na siya. Because yung revenge niya, the lie may even been carved in blood. When we are angry to others, perhaps because of a long period or when I feel they have wronged us in some way. Pwedeng may galit na siya na naitago. We feel sense of betrayal and so seek retributive justice. We may dispense without thought of the consequence. Kahit paanong mangyari in the future, parang gusto mo lang makaganti, you are doing such lie. So this kind of lie ang medyo dangerous. The next is gray lie. Most of the lies we tell are gray lies. Most daw. Because here, partly to help others and partly to help themselves. Both of the two. Kaya nga nasa part siya ng gray, may namamagitan from the white. It's depending on the balance of health and harm. So, another gray lies are hard to clarify. Hindi daw siya madaling i-clarify or makita because you can lie to help a friend out of trouble, but they gain reciprocal benefit from them. Lying for white, those harm in some way or other knows out. So yan, parang may mas malaki pa rin yung pagkakaiba niya sa white lie because in a white lie, as we understand, it is very say na talagang naka-ano siya, naka-purpose lang siya to have a good relationship or good harmony within the others. That's why we are knowing our lies. Parang mostly yung ginagawa ng mga parents sa kanilang anak na sometimes saying lie na para anuhin siya, sabihin yung hindi totoo, para hindi siya mapahamak, or that is something. Okay. The types of liar again, may another types pa na naka ano doon. So, kinuha ko din ito just to share for you because may mga klase pa rin. Mayroon tayong panic, occupational, tournament, psychopathic, and ethnological. So, here, in panic, mostly it happened sa mga situation. Like, in order to avoid the consequence of confusion, they are afraid of embarrassment and serious blow to their ego. They believe that confusion will just make the matter worse. Parang sa sobrang takot niya na sabihin yung totoo, dahil natakot siya, biglaan lang or something na nagpanic lang siya, that's why nagsinungaling siya. Sometimes naman kasi, and this happen, in the future, mabilis mo din lang itong malalaman, itong mga panic liars. Occupational liars, ito yung klase ng liars where mga practical sila. They lies when it has a higher payoff or than telling the truth. So, mga occupational sila. Kasi nga, practical. May mga, kabayaran. Gaya nung sinabi natin sa judicial lie, parang ganon. Tournament liars are those who love to lie and are excited by the challenge of not being detected. Ano lang niya yun? Parang laro or parang style niya to have lie para parang nag-i-enjoy siya kapag hindi siya nadidetect. That is tournament liar. We have also the psychopathic liars. They are most difficulty type. This person have no consequence and show no regret for dishonesty and no manifestation of guilt. Itong psychopathic na to, ito yung sinasabi natin na minsan, ito yung magandang kuhaan ng polygraphy examination kasi parang talagang have no conscience. Bahala ka dyan. Parang, ito, sinabi ko na, ito na yung angulo ng kanyang sinabi about the story. Even that is a lying. Pero yun pa rin, naka-focus siya doon. And no regret kahit pa gawin niya yun. Another ethnological liars are those who thought not to be a killer. We have also, why do people lie again? Yung gaya kanina, mayroon pa rin tayo, fear of conflict, mostly. Kasi syempre, we do that kasi avoid natin yung medyo gulo or medyo sakit ng ulo. That's why we lie. Fear of punishment. Itong mostly nangyayari. Kasi takot, tala yung kabataan. Nagsisimula yan sa kabataan. So, sa sobrang takot na mapalo kahit nangupit, hanggang paulit-ulit, yan, fear of punishment. Fear of harm. Siyempre, the same, para hindi masaktan. Altruistic reason also, para sa kanya. And then, fear of rejection. Takot siya na ma-reject. And also, fear of loss. And also, force of habit. Na, kasama na din yan, parang part na rin ng tournament liars. Okay, that are the topic 5 about the lying or the study of lying. So we have our next topic. Yes, sir?
Ma'am, excuse po ma'am. Good morning po, ma'am.
Yes po.
Ako po yung class marcher, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Pwede po humingi, ma'am, ng break kahit mga 15 minutes.
Okay, sir. Tama, sir. Kasi I am also, breastfeeding mother, part din ng ko yung Okay lang, sir. We'll have this, we have to resume, sir. What time, sir?
Mga 9:45 po, ma'am. Pwede po.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. We'll,
okay, thank you.
Okay, may I call to Mr. Abigail, sir?
Ma'am, good morning. Parang may klase po siya, ma'am.
Sir, yes, ma'am. Okay
Yes
lang,
po.
sir. Okay lang po. We'll resume po. Maya po. Okay, thank you po.
Thank you,
Thank you
ma'am.
po, ma'am.
Okay po.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Ross, ilang minutes po yung break?
So we are done
Sige po,
already
ma'am.
with the topic 1. Um, we're already done with our topic 1 to 5. So this is the sixth topic for about the legal aspect of polygraphy. Although, as we said, it is not yet admissible in court, but as stated by Dr. Hieronimo, the chief of the polygraph examiner in the CRAMI before during our training, it is admissible. It depends only to the examiner who conducted the polygraph examination. So with the legal aspect of polygraphy, we'll continue with its accuracy and validity. So the scientific inference require measures that exhibits. Okay, we go back, sir, ma'am. About the accuracy and validity of the polygraph. As we said, it is the scientific inference requires measure that exhibits strong reliability. So most of the scientists do their job to make it reliable in the court. So, however, a highly reliable test has little use if it is measuring something bottom of the form different from its intended target. Because most of the the problem in the validity and accuracy in the polygraph examination is depend within the polygraphist or yung sinasabi nating psychophysiological examiner. So here, a measurement process is considered valid if measure that is supposed to measure. Those areas that could be possible, the individual or the subject must always, as we said, properly done in the examination. May tamang process. So with reliability, there are several aspects to validity. It is particularly important for the committee's work to distinguish between the empirical concept of criterion validity or accuracy and theoretical concept of construct validity. Mostly kasi, there are people na they are not accepting. There are judges na ayaw nila nito, pwedeng may sarili silang reason. But here, it is valid if it is conducted by the polygraph examiner who are, we can say, as expert. So here, the criterion validity, polygraph accuracy is the extent to which test results correspond to truth with actual examinees. Proper way, how it is conducted in a proper way. That's why the court asked the examiner how it is done. Although it is very scientific on the part of the kasi hindi masyadong alam din ng court kung ano ang process talaga, but still the examiner must prove to the court how it is done. The proportion of correct judgment may be or made by the polygraph examiner is the commonly used measure of accuracy for polygraph test. Individual polygraph validation studies typically include accuracy measure that apply to a specific population that was tested. It is conducted, yung mga conduct studies by the mga researcher about the application of polygraph examination. Although, ang sabi doon, specific population only was tested. Meaning, hindi siya pwedeng i-conduct in general. May mga pili lang na tao na dapat syempre i-conduct ang polygraph examination. May mga limitation. So, evidence of accuracy become more general to the extent that the test results are strongly and distinctively associated with truthfulness or deception is in a variety of population. Okay, so here, the current state of polygraph testing in the Philippines. Yung sistema natin ngayon, ano ba yung current situation ng polygraph testing in our country? Here, for now, Philippine jurisprudence on polygraph examination in the Philippine jurisdiction, polygraph obtained during an examination is generally not admissible as evidence in court or even if allowed cannot stand alone. Meaning, hindi siya pwedeng, it is not accepted. Why? In that case, na kung siya lang, yung mismong polygraph examination only, yung result lang nun, yung ipapakita mo sa court. Hindi siya pwedeng sabihin na yun lang yung dahilan para makulong siya. Meaning, in our country, it is only a tool for investigation, meaning there is another evidences that you must show, not only the result of polygraph examination, so that it could be admitted into the court. This is the issue in the country kasi nga paano mo nasabi how it happened na totoo or tama yung pagkandak mo ng polygraph examination. Commonly, yun yung mga tanong sa court na kung saan pinakang mahirap na pinagdadaanan ng mga examiner. So, the statement and confession obtained through the use of polygraph instrument are admissible, provided all other requirements that the subject is appraised of his applicable rights in the presence of the counsel. And in this respect, no subject can be compelled to take the test. That is true. So that he must agree first, and then there is agreement na papayag talaga siya. Kasi if the subject is not willing to have that test, we cannot compel him to take the examination. It's not good, and that is lalong hindi siya admissible in court. But it can be used kasi in the polygraph examination, hindi pa po nagkakandak ng sinasabi nating instrumentation. Andun pa lang po sa stage ng interview stage, the subject is already admitted or confessed his guilt. Yun yung common na nangyayari. That's why, pwede siyang igamitin sa court, pero it must be having the presence of the counsel. And may mga affidavit sila niya na pipilapan. It's not easy to use it in the court kapag hindi siya properly get doon sa isang subject. That's why ito po yung mga critical areas na pinag-uusapan when it comes to the polygraph testing in our country. Expert testimony and polygraph may be admitted as evidence subject to the discretion of trial judge. Kaya, ang sabi ko po sa inyo kanina, as I told you, na hindi lahat po ng judge will accept as evidence the sinasabi nating polygraph examination result. Thus, that expert testimony is only made if the discretion of the trial judge. Sila lang yung iparang dyan. Okay po. The next po, we continue. Can we continue with the next? Although the perfection is in the test is not a prerequisite to the admissibility of evidence obtainable by the use of scientific instrument or technique, the practice has been granted judicial recognition only after proponent of unprecedented evidence have shown that instrument or technique has reasonable measure of precision in indication that is accepted on or in a particular profession or field of science to which belong. Yan yung kaso na noon panahon ni People of the Philippines, Kapuno 3565 SRA or SCRA 249 on April 4, 2001. In that case na what is the prerequisite on the admissibility or how it is admitted into the court, paano siya i-admit. So, doon yung sinasabi natin scientific instrument. So, it could be happen and it depend only to the trial judge. It can be admitted depend on the trial judge. So, it cannot be admitted solely to the court if it is the only evidence that you can show. You need to use some other evidence. It's only a tool for the investigation. So, kaya dapat in polygraph examination, dapat talagang expert din pati yung examiner talaga. And also, reason why the polygraph result inadmissible as evidence, as I said, because it is not been standardized as to the instrumentation. Kumbaga, because ang sabi ko nga, it depends to the examiner. Yung psychophysiologist is having their own differences. Pwedeng kung katulad ng doktor, may kanya-kanya silang kakayahan at experience when it comes to the examination. That's why hindi pa siya standard talaga. It has not been standardized as to the test or method of questioning procedure because the question procedure, although there is a specific, especially as of now sa computerized po, there's already a sample in the computer na dun sa machine, may naka-software na silang mga questioning procedure, but it will depend pa rin dun sa ating examiner how it will be done to the subject. Kasi depende dun sa klase ng itatanong mo sa kanya. Kasi if the question is not properly asked to the subject, it will affect the result of the examination. Also, the quantification of polygraph examiner. As we said, para siyang babasa ng isang result ng x-ray or other result ng ginagawa ng doktor. Kasi yung quantification is not easy to do. Kasi there is a scoring system, there is, it depends, sometimes parang it is opinionated na nga, ang sabi nila. Kasi nga, it depends to the examiner how he can say na this graph is deceptive or how he will do this scoring. Yun yung problema po in the polygraph examination. That's why, ang tinitingnan po natin dyan, unang-una, kung bakit hindi siya admissible in court is not been standardized as instrument, not been standardized as to the test when it comes to the question procedure again, and then how it is score on the quantification. Yung last part na yun na sinasabi natin, how you will compute that as you can say na nasabi mo na he is deceptive or truthful. So that are the reason why inadmissible as evidence. Another po, yun pong topic na yun kasi masyadong lang po yun. A simple way lang po yun kasi hindi ko po kinuha yung napakaraming discussion about that kasi how lang naman yun kung paano siya i-accept in court. Okay, so the next topic is the topic number 7, the polygraph machine itself. Actually po, in our part, as we are doing this, as we are studying this, napakahalaga po sana na yung hands-on. Because the machine is only like a chip only. Isang maliit lang po siya na parang box where naka-input na dun sa kanyang software. Ang mahal po dun kasi dun yung software. Almost 300,000 yung software lang nun. Yung CD na ini-insert po natin sa computer and then yung polygraph na yun mismo ang gagalaw. So when it comes to polygraph machine po, dapat po talaga medyo failure yung natin. Kasi kaya po mahaba dapat yung time natin. I cut off for only 4 hours sabi ko. Kasi nga, wala po tayong actual machine. Pero kung magkaroon po sana at hindi ganitong pandemic, mas maganda po sana na hands-on tayo within the machine. Okay, so let us see first, ma'am and sir, about the modern polygraph machine. So inuna ko lang po itong modern kasi ito na yung generally used by our department or yung mga department, yung mga agency and other na mayroon silang polygraph examination. Maraming agency in Manila na yung about that. But focus na sila sa computerized. Bihira na po kasi ginagamit yung analog. If you can say the computerized, it is a modern polygraph services uses computerized polygraph instrument like Lafayette. Or yung Lafayette po kasi, computerized polygraph instrument were common both in desktop model for polygraph examination, administered in office and laptop model for travel. Very small lang po yan. Kung nakikita nyo yung LX400 na yan, medyo old model na po yan. Kasi ngayon, may available na pong 600 model. Yung pinakang latest po is LX400 model, 600 model, yung kay Lafayette din po. Meron din po si Stolting polygraph. So, ang common pong nakikita natin dito in the Philippines is kay Lafayette. So, here, in modern polygraph, it's the same. Gaya ng binanggit ko po sa inyo kanina, simultaneously record various physiological phenomena by means of horizontal chemograph. This chemograph, ma'am and sir, as of now, is not already available kasi ang gamit na po natin ngayon is printer. Hindi na po siya katulad nung sa sinasabi nating analog. Kasi ang analog, there is a chemograph na kung saan ginuguhit or dun iginuguhit sa papel yung sa kanyang recordings or yung mga graphs. For now po, we are now having the printer. Okay, the resulting polygram indicates tracing of external respiration and the thoracic and abdominal activities. Yun yung inilalagay po na parts, yung pneumograph, yung tambor assembly, systolic and diastolic construction of the part, as well as the pulse fluctuation with the resistance of sphygmomanometer and psychogalvanic skin response by means of electrode to the person's fingers. So inilalagay siya doon sa four fingers and saka sa ring finger. Okay. So if you can notice from here, this is the advanced digital polygraph system. Yan how it is put to the subject and ano yung mga function yan. Yung binabanggit ko po sa inyo kanina about thoracic pneumograph, ito yung parts. Doon siya kinukuha sa may dibdib, sa part ng breast ng subject. Yung abdominal pneumograph is lower region respiratory activity monitoring. Doon yun sa lower part or part ng abdominal, where kung saan, if you can notice, yung parang hose lang siya na ikinakabit doon sa subject. Yung electrodermal, pwede siyang ilagay doon sa palad or pwede rin siya dito sa finger, sa center yung isa, or pwede din siya sa forefinger and then sa ring finger. Magkakaiba. And then yung cuff. Ganun lang po siya kasimple ilagay. Very simple machine na po siya kung titingnan natin yung pong polygraph na advanced ngayon. Yung pong computerized. Mas komplikado po kasi yung sinasabi nating analog. So you can see from that picture yung mga areas. Iisa-isahin po natin yan dito sa next part. So ito yung LX400, medyo ano na po siya. Yun lang po talaga yung polygraph na napakamahal. Bumili po kami ng LX600 model. Inabot po siya ng nasa 545,000. Low class pa po yun. Yan po yung pang-instruction lang po sa student. Hindi po siya ginagamit for investigation. Kasi ang ginagamit po for investigation, inaabot po ng nasa 1.5 or 1 million ang isang. Ganyan lang po klaseng box. Yan lang pong box na yan. And hindi pa po kasama yung computer dyan. So the LX400 is the best and the most popular computerized polygraph in the world, capable of simultaneously recording the changes in several physiological variables. While the subject is asked a series of questions pertaining specific issue under investigation, as I said kanina po. So the chart generated during the polygraph examination are interpreted by polygraph examiner. So yung role po ng polygraph examiner, makikita po natin dito na napakalaki po ng role niya as part kasi he will do a job simultaneously. So here, ito po yung medyo nagli-latest na po, yung LX500, kilapayat din po yan. The same din po yung connection niya, and advanced din po siya, mas advanced siya din sa 400. Where the same yung function, mas higher lang po at dinagdagan lang po ng installment ng software. Sa software lang naman po nagdadagdag sila na kung saan medyo mas marami na siyang sample ng question, how it will do, and then marami na po siyang klase na ini-input na pagpipilian kung ano pong gagamitin na klase ng examination or ng test or question na gagamitin. Yan po. Kasi yung question po, may mga sample question na po yun inside the software. Yung sabi ko nga po, tumataas lang po ang presyo niyan, depende po sa software na in-input na po niyan. Yung latest po ngayon, ang sabi ko, may LX600 na po. At yung ngayon po yung anang available sa amin ngayon, we have already 6,000 LX6000 Lafayette instrument. So the computerized again, if you can notice here, computerized polygraph is different from analog polygraph machine. Commonly po during the time, yung mga previous po, the polygraph analog machine ang mas maganda pong pag-aralan compare po sa computerized. Mas challenging po kasi yung analog machine. Doon mo po talaga mapipil na yung analog na umaano ka talaga, kumbaga as examiner ka. Mostly kasi pag computerized polygraph machine, you are only doing a monitoring in the computer and simultaneously asking the question. And dito sa isa, there are so many buttons that you can adjust and you can do. Ano po? So, and the polygraph examination po, mayroon po akong ipakikita sa inyo mamaya na video on the analog. Kasi po, dun sa computerized, parang it's easy. Depende po kasi sa nag-handle. Kasi po, kapag medyo bata pa po, medyo ang edad po ay yung mga kabataan ngayon, it's easy to handle po yung polygraph machine na computerized. Kaya lang, yung mga dati pa pong nag-e-examine, mas gusto po nila yung analog. So, ganun po. Sana nga na hands-on natin to, nakikita natin to, for us na mas makuha po natin yung tamang knowledge po. So, the physiological changes monitored by the polygraph attachment are respiratory rate, blood pressure, or yung heat rate, and then galvanic skin resistance. But for now po, may additional na po yan, yung construction or yung contraction sa upuan. Meron pa po yan dun sa yung inuupuan. Nakukuha po ng record nun, yung bago ngayon na polygraph, yung mismong pagkaupo mo, yung pagkukontract nung mga muscle sa hita at saka sa may bandang buttocks, nare-record din po yun ng machine. So yun po yung pang-apat ngayon na hindi pa po isinama sa mga lecture kasi medyo luma na din yung mga books na wala pong recent kasi akong book na makuha ngayon about that. But the truth is may bago na pong additional na parts dyan sa computerized. Again po, the component, isa-isahin na po natin, himay-himayin po natin. The polygraph have 2 or 3, 4 recording channel. Depend po sa accessories na i-deliver po according to the importance and light detection. And a polygraph consisting of 3 recording channels, as I showed kanina, from the upper chest and then the stomach, and then put as the cuff, and also included yung sa kamay as the galvanograph. The various attached accessories were it will receive to the changes in the body and conduct the changes electronically, and pneumatically to the instrument, which finally recorded on the part of the graph. So, yun ang nag-record. So, the first component is the pneumograph. Ano po yung function ng pneumograph again? Ulitin po natin to be familiar again. The first receiver in the pneumograph tube were which is attached to the subject chest or suspect stomach. So this is the part of polygraph that detect the air volume changes of the chest through the breathing cycle. Yung paghinga, pag-inhale and exhale natin. So once the respiratory changes are received by the pneumograph tube, they are then transmitted through connecting rubber tubing the recording below, and which connected liver stem or system powered by pneumopen for tracing and permanent recording. So ang analog at saka ang computerized, they have the same ang itsura or yung sizing ng pagkakaroon or pagkuha ng yung receiving niyan. Yung graph niyan is almost the same. Nagkataon lang na iba yung ating machine. Here the picture or the illustration, you can see the pneumographic tube where you can see from the part of the chest. Ano po yung nire-record niyang pneumograph? Sa analog, you can see dyan po sa the pen, pneumopen, ganun po yung graphing niyan. So, yung tracing niya nandun. Yung bandang itaas po, pinakang upper. Okay po? So, it also stretchable rubberized tube or apparatus that is attached to the subject chest or stomach. Dalawa kasi po ang gamit ng pneumographic. Dalawang rubberized na yan, na tube. Where inhalation will cause the tube and stretch the subsequently create an upward tracing of pneumo pen onto the polygraph chart. So it will record the inhalation or downward tracing and upward tracing also. The beaded chain, ito yung pag-connect, yung chain na yun, nakikita nyo parang metal. Yan yung ginagamit to adjust to the subject. How it is put to the subject, ilalagay yan, isasabit siya, yung mga ano na yan, mga beaded chain. It depends to the size of the subject. Kung medyo mataba or medyo payat yung ating subject. Where the pre-wheeling string of stainless bed which hooked with fasten and pneumographic tube onto the subject chest or stomach. Okay po, the next po will be the cardiograph. So, tapos po tayo dun sa first part po or next po yung sa component, yung first component is pneumograph. Meron po tayong second component. Si cardiograph po and cardiosphemograph is another receiver will record yung blood pressure. The cup wrap around the subject upper arm, ito yung parang pagkuha po natin ng blood pressure. Were inflated to suitable air pressure. This is where the changes in the blood pressure and the pulse rate are detected. So when the changes or impulse occur, they are received by the cuff, then transmitted through connecting tubing. Pag-connect niya dun sa tube. Then the hand pump bulb assembly and then anterior sphem blood pressure gauge. Nakukonect na siya and then recording the below and with the connected lever system. Power the cardiopen for the chart for permanent recording also. So that are how it is included for the component number 2, where si cardiograph yon or si cardiosphemograph. That is the sample of the picture. You can see ito yung mga parts nung ginagamit sa cardiograph po. If you can notice the hand pump bulb, that causes the arm cuff to inflate the order to produce blood pressure and pulse rate. You can notice the same with the pagkuha ng blood pressure. Also, the aneroid blood pressure meter gauge. Ito yung gauge na ginagamit din, the same with the blood pressure, where monitor yung BP. And also, the arm cuff shall be attached to the subject arm. And ano po ang recording niyan? Nakikita natin yung recording niyan once it attached to the subject, nare-record yung color red. Nakikita niyo yung graph sa red, then sa bandang right, yung red color, yan po yung kanyang recordings once na it is attached to the subject. Okay po. The next po is the third component were the galvanograph or the galvano skin reflex or GSR, where the third receiver is set of electrodes attached either between the palmar. Pwede siyang ilagay sa palm or pwede din siyang ilagay dito sa part ng finger natin, which is the fore and then the ring finger. So we're hands on the adjacent or relative fingers of the same hand of the subject. Mostly, kapag inilagay natin sa kanan, pag nilagay natin sa right side yung sa ating cuff para pagkuha ng blood pressure, so kailangan nating ilalagay sa left side naman yung paglalagay ng sa galvanic skin response. So that's why kung sa right natin nilagay. So kailangan magkahiwalay sila. So then the changes occur, they are create an electrical imbalance that may cause the galvanic skin resistance fan to move and chart to record the permanent tracing. If you can look at this, also the galvanic component are record the changes according to the nervous secretory system. Yung nervous system natin kasi, it affect and then it connect and then doon na yung sinasabi nating lalabas na yung electrical. Kaya nga, it has been studied that the brain activities and electrical charges have been recorded through epidermal skin reflexes, pass through the different nerves of the human body. Lahat yon. That's why kanina, we discussed all about the parts of the body, that how it is connected through to the reflexes going to our parts of the body and then saka siya lalabas as the secretion and saka siya mare-record through the component. these are the parts of the finger electrodes. Ganun lang po siya kasimple. Ganun lang po siya kaliit. It's the having a metal, and then it wrapped to the finger of the subject. So this is the very sensitive one in the four parts, or the first three. Ito yung pinakang mahalaga na area na kung saan pinakang sensitibo siya compared to the other, yung sa blood. Sensitibo siya kasi nga sinasabi natin part siya kasi nga ang natin po, ang reaction ng skin is hindi mo siya mahahalata, pero still mas malakas yung graph niya, mas matataas ang recordings. If you can notice here, the attachment procedure of using the both index and ring finger in GSR recording prevent accidental short-circuiting of the finger electrode. If you can notice dyan, sa GSR tracing po, ayan pong kasunudan nung sa heart. If you can notice yung parang sa blood pressure, sa taas po ng color red na illustration po. Yan po yung GSR pen. Na kung saan po, ang ginamitan po natin dyan is the thermal po kasi yung paper niyan. Ang mainit po kasi dyan, yung karayom niyang gumuguhit po na yan, mainit po yan, and then yung papel thermal. Kapag dinaanan siya ng mainit na karayom na yan, yan po yung magiging result is yan pong graph na yan. So yung GSR na graph po na nakikita nyo is pangalawa. Yung nasa gitna po nung sa ating graph. Okay po. Now next po tayo. Yan po yung last part where, ang sabi ko po, ito po yung wala po sa atin ngayon sa computerized. Ang meron lang po nitong part na ito, nitong number 4 na chemograph, is only po, doon lang po ito sa may analog. Kasi doon po sa computerized, as I said, it is now the printer. Printer na po siya. Nakakonect na po siya sa computer. Ang chemograph lang po ay nandun siya sa analog. So the chemograph is the chart drive or paper-fed mechanism which is powered by synchronous motor or dynamo. Kaya nga sabi ko, para umiikot po siya. Synchronous motor propel the charts along the calibrated speed to facilitate uniform and valid interpretation of result obtained. So here, earlier, polygraph employed motor drive sprocket, while the modern polygraph utilized fraction type rubber ruler type of the chart drive. It is the say, yun nga sabi ko, umiikot siya, it roll, and then doon gumuguhit yung sinasabi nating pen, na those pen are very sensitive. The chart paper or graphs or polygraph usually driven fast recording pens at uniform speed of 6 inches per minute. So kaya po, ang napakamahal po dyan kasi po yung papel. Ang per roll po ng papel is 1,000 po. Kaya ang isang examination po sa analog, masyadong malaki po ang kaya niyang i-consume na gastos sa pagkandak po ng polygraph examination. Kaya mas advantage na po na meron na po tayo ngayong computerized. That's why ang papel hindi gaanong nako-consume. Kasi pwede siyang i-check muna bago mo i-print. Unlike po dito sa chart paper na talagang dapat you are ready already kasi hindi pwedeng marami kang nasayang na time pagdating dito. Sometimes it calibrated with vertical lines in the paper per minute or even per 5-second counting in fraction time. So kaya po dito, medyo ang counting po habang nagkakandak ng polygraph examination, you will count from 25 seconds after the question. Laging ganon. So dito, pwedeng 20 seconds after question, magtanong ka na uli. Kasi po, yung paper niya is medyo mahal-mahal. The chart rule, about 100 feet long, 6 to 8 inches wide width, and 1/2 each part margin is top and bottom for sprocket hose space, 1/2 inch apart each of for the friction drive. Ito po, sa ngayon po, hindi na siya masyadong available sa ating country kasi ang gamit na po natin talaga ngayon is mostly is a polygraph computerized. We are not using this paper. But I also included this because as part of the study, it is included the chemograph as part of the component of the polygraph examination. And then, ito na po yung picture kung saan sinasabi natin yung chemograph. These are kung paano, like it is a rule. Nilalagyan, ang iba po mayroong ink na ginagamit, ang iba po thermal. So depende po sa klase ng polygraph na mabibili. Meron po kasing polygraph na mabibili na ang gamit nila is ink lang. Pag ink po, medyo may problema po dyan kasi yan po kadalasan nagbabara. Palagi mo dapat nilinisan. Kaso kung bihira man po ang magpapakandak ng polygraph, medyo nagaano po yung ink niya. That's why bihira po ang gumagamit ng ink. Yung kadalasan po is thermal. You can see po the picture number 1, yung chart drive motor. You can see kung paano po yun, yung kung paano po siya umiikot at hinihila nung papel kapag umaandar na po yung polygraph examination. Once you push the button, automatically, nag-start yung sa inyong questioning, agagalaw na po yung papel na yan. And kasama na po yung paggalaw po ng lahat ng pen na once it is start the questioning. The next is the friction type chart drive. This one, yan yung part po. And then, the polygraph chart po, andyan na po, makita niyo po yung illustration. Sorry po kasi puro na lang po ito illustration. Dapat po talaga actual. Kaso, sa ngayon po, wala man na din masyadong nabibili talaga na ganito po. Na analog. Analog po lahat itong nakikita nyo ngayon kasi hindi na po natin ipinapakita yung iba kasi naka-polygraph computerized na po. Wala na pong ganito yung computerized. Ulitin ko lang po. Okay, the next po, ano po yung differences ng dalawa? Computerized polygraph and conventional polygraph. If you can notice from here, the conventional po, or yung sinasabi po nating analog, you can see yung different parts niya. Mas marami po siyang buttons and mas marami po siyang ginagalaw once na nag-conduct na po tayo or nag-conduct na ng polygraph examination. Pero to tell you the truth po, ma'am and sir, yan po kasi mas exciting po gamitin sana po yung conventional or yung analog. Dahil po makikita po natin how yung mas challenging po kasi siya kasi nga how the graph works doon sa kapag naka-attach na po siya sa ating subject. Total po yung computerized naman po, mas easy po siyang gamitin. On the part naman po, kung talaga pong maaralan mo. Medyo mahirap din lang po kasi ang pagdating sa computerized kasi ang dami po ng minamanipulate pagdating po doon sa software niya. Kasi most of these are the software na. And then yung mga attachment lang po, yun lang po ang nagre-record. And if you can see from the picture, is only like a box, small box. Yun lang naman po yun. Doon na po nakastore yung kanyang yung software niya. Yun yung po yung paano siya gumagana. That's why, as to tell, mas maganda po yung conventional. Kaya lang po ngayon, mas magastos po siyang gamitin. Okay, tapos na po tayo within the parts. In the question po for that part, sorry. Sorry po. May I know, sir, ma'am, any question po for the parts of the polygraph or the component? There are 4 components, ma'am and sir, about the polygraph. Only 3 components for the computerized, and there are 4 for the conventional. Okay, if you don't have a question, sir, ma'am, we go to the topic 8 for the topic 8, ma'am and sir. That is for the polygraph test question formulation. How to do the questioning. So, sir, ma'am and sir, this situation po in topic 8 po, ito po yung very critical part in the conduct of the examination. Kasi po yung question formulation is not easy to do. Kasi po, dito po nagbe-base yung magiging result po ng polygraph examination. That's why po, kailangan po natin na mas masusi at mas maayos na questioning. Medyo marami lang po siyang sinasabi natin na challenging kasi nga po ang dami na po ng ipinopropose ng galing sa APA or sa American Polygraph Association. Ang dami po nang naipropose nila, na-input nila dyan sa software na mga question formulation. Actually po, 1,000 na klase ng pag-formulate ng question. Kaya nga po, sa part po ng mga polygraphists dito sa Pilipinas, ito po yung pinakang issue kasi how the question formulate. So here, I will give only the general or yung common lang po na ginagamit sa pag-conduct ng or pagbubuo po ng question formulation. Kasi to tell you po kung may mga iba po kayong reference na mababasa, iba-iba po yan. Iba-iba po talaga ang klase. As I said, 1,000 na po ang klase ng formulation na question test na ginagamit po ngayon. So sa ngayon po, we have first the rule to be followed in the formulation of the test question. The first question po is question must be simple and direct. We should not ask a question na masyadong mabigat or maybe mahaba. So if possible, you must ask the question in a simple or a direct question only. Like for example, are you wearing a green t-shirt today? So that is the way only. Hindi mo siya pwedeng tanungin ng komplikadong tanong na hindi niya kaagad maintindihan. Again, the question must be simple and direct. Direct to the point. Okay? The next, they must not involve legal terminology. Why? Why we must not put, like for example, the rape, the murder, the swindling, other term and legal terms? Because commonly we are conducting a polygraph examination to the normal person, to the simple citizen. And that's part, we violate yung ano nila kasi yung legal term are used only sa mga husgado. Ginagamit lang yan sa gaya natin sa law enforcement, sa law enforcement work. Pero kapag nasa ano, we have to go down yung ano natin as examiner or we are doing our exam, doing our question, we go down to their level. We must ask, kaya nga direct, yun yung medyo mahirap kasi we must use yung tamang tanong para sa kanila, na naaakma para sa kanila. They must be answerable by yes or no only. It must not be answered by any answer. You must formulate a question that he must answer yes or no only. Like for example, did you stop Mr. A? So yes or no only must be the result of the answer. I'm sorry. The next, he must be short as possible. The same with question, as simple, short as possible. Kaya lang there are a question pa rin dun sa ilang area na kailangan natin, like dun sa evidence connecting, hindi natin maiwasan yung medyo mahabang tanong. Pero gawa ng paraan kung pwede yung simple lang or short lang. Then, their meaning must be clear and unmistakable phrase and language that the subject can easily understand. Anong sabi dyan? Clear and unmistakable phrase. And then, kung pwede, syempre, it must be used, yung language niya mismo. Easily to understand by him. Like, for example, Bicol siya, we ask the question in Bicol. And it must be clear. Hindi mo siya pwedeng gamitan ng English. We have to use Bicol or Filipino or Tagalog kung siya ay Tagalog. They must not be in a form of accusation. Like for example, did you rape Miss B? Is a form of accusation and then you violate also the other term, yung legal term. Gumamit ka pa rin ng legal term. You must not be a form of accusation. But here, ito yung common na nababiolate ng isang examiner. Mostly kasi wala man tayong ibang maitanong. That's why, pag nagtanong ka kasi ng yes or no, minsan, umaabot na siya sa parang form of accusation. Basta hanggat may iwasan, we must avoid it. Another one, question must never contain an inference with pre-opposed knowledge on the part of the subject. Yung hindi, yung alam mo na hindi niya naman naiintindihan, do not ask that question. Another, number 8, question must refer to one offense only. Hindi siya pwede ng dalawang klase ng kaso ang itatanong mo sa kanya. We must focus only one. Dapat, ang pagtatanong mo is kung sa robbery lang, wag mo nang itatanong sa kanya yung tungkol doon sa kanyang pagpatay. Kung dalawa kasi yung kaso. Meron kasi po doon, anyway, meron naman po kasing pilian yan doon sa software po natin. Meron na po yung pilian ngayon kung pwede mo na rin siyang pagsabayin. Pero mostly sa general po, sa rules po, impossible, one's offense only. You have to focus in one offense only. Another, all question must refer to only one element of an offense. The same, gaya ng sinasabi natin, isa lang na element of offense so that it must not, kasi ang purpose po natin is maintindihan ng subject. Maintindihan po ng subject natin kung ano yung itinatanong natin. If it is complicated, kapag po talagang na siya, parang ang dami-dami ng tanong sa kanya, hindi na po yan ma-absorb ng brain niya and mawawala na po tayo ng dun sa ginagawa natin when it comes sa polygraph examination. Hindi na natin makukuha yung proper noon. That's why they must not contain inference to one's religion, races, or belief. Kung halimbawa about sa politics, hindi natin pwedeng pakialaman about him, yung part na yon. Religion, paniniwala niya sa Diyos. Hindi mo siya pwedeng tanungin kung anong religion niya, anong lahi niya, or anong race niya. Hindi mo siya pwedeng tanungin, agta ka ba? That's not a good question. You must not ask any question, especially on this situation. So, yung gaya niyang religion, races, or maybe sa political belief ng isang tao. Okay? So, let us again. So, that are the rules. Again, to review, we have 10 rules to be followed and doing the question. Ma'am and sir, nakuha niyo po mga maikli man lang po yan. Did you get po, sir, ma'am? Yung 10?
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po.
Ma'am.
Okay, thank you po, thank you. Next po, ito na po yung 2 general types of questions. Marami po kasi sabi kong klase ng question, but I will share only this general question. Itong pick attention test is only used for supplementary test lang po yan. Like for example, we are conducting a polygraph examination. Before an actual po, kailangan lang po nating kuhain yung sa kanyang attention. That's why we are using the pick attention. And then, we are using always the general question test. General question test, ito po yung common na ginagamit sa mga training na pag nagkakandak po. Pero kung mga talagang expert na po, marami na, kagaya ng mga nagdadayo na po ng ibang bansa, ng pagte-training, marami na po yung klase ng questioning. That's why we have to focus only here sa number 1 po. The most commonly applied, this consists of series of relevant and irrelevant questions asked in a plan order. Nakaplano po ang sunod-sunod niyang tanong. Hindi po siya pwede na saka mo lang siya itatanong kapag andyan na yung subject sa actual examination, nakakablit na. Gagawin po natin ito kapag nalaman na po ng isang subject kung ano na yung rights niya, and then mayroon tayong tamang procedure dyan mamaya sa actual examination, kunyari po. So question are so arranged as to make a comparison of response to relevant question with subject norm made during the answering of irrelevant question. Meaning, mayroon tayong relevant and irrelevant. Ano pong ibig sabihin ng relevant and irrelevant? Mamaya po, isa-isahin po natin. So we go to general question test. The relevant question. Itong GQT, having a relevant question. One is that deal with real issue of concern to the investigation. Nakafocus tayo with, for example, the case is robbery. Doon lang po sa pagkuha niya ng pera, halimbawa sa kapitbahay ng 20,000, doon lang nakafocus yung tanong mo. That is relevant question. This question include asking whether examinee is perpetrated the target act or know how did it, and perhaps question about particular pieces of evidence that would incriminate the guilty person. So, nandun po yon sa nakafocus lang tayo within the concern on the investigation. Alin yung concern investigation? Dun lang po dun sa pagnanakaw sa kapitbahay. Nakafocus lang doon. Perhaps may mga pieces of question, dun mo lang siya kukuhaan ng tanong sa part na yon. Another, the classification. Ang relevant question po, mayroon pa rin siyang iba-iba how you will ask the question. Meron tayong strong, meron tayong secondary or weak, or masusunod pa tayo. So, dito muna tayo sa first, the strong relevant or primary relevant question. Kumbaga, ito yung pinakang mabigat na tanong mo sa kanya, which has an intense relationship to the crime or problem being considered. Doon mismo to sa kaso na pinag-uusapan natin. This intended to produce strong emotional response in a guilty subject. Gusto mo lang siyang i-target doon sa subject mismo, doon sa actual response niya. Kasi commonly, once he answer for this, laging no ang sagot nito dito. Like for example, did you steal Pedro Oya's laptop? Direct to the point, naka-state dyan, pero nakafocus lang siya doon sa pagnakaw ng laptop. No other. So, nakafocus siya. That is now an intense relationship with the crime. Although, baka sabihin natin, ay ma'am, we violate the rule number 6. Why? Kasi parang inaakusahan mo na siya. Kaso, no other question naman tayo para doon. Kasi, did you steal Pedro Oya's laptop? That is the way how we conduct a question. Kasi, simple, direct, and wala tayong ginamit na robbery, wala tayong ginamit na vulgarity dyan. We use steal. Okay? The next po is letter B, secondary or weak relevant. Are question that are concerned with element of the crime. Element lang po ng crime. Deals mostly on guilty knowledge and partial involvement. Kung halimbawa ang isang subject ay hindi mismo siya yung kumuha ng laptop, pwedeng sabihin na ikaw ba ang doon yung nagturo, halimbawa. Or maybe, pwedeng sabihin natin yung ibang areas dyan, yung mga element, ano yung oras. Kaya nakalagay ditong example, kaya sabi natin, hindi maiwasan yung long question. Like for example, between 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. of February 10 to 2016, did you open the table or drawer of Mr. Pedro San Andres? Kasi pwedeng nandoon yung laptop. Ibig sabihin, in that case, yung pagnanakaw pa rin, nakafocus, pero hindi siya directly compare dito sa isa na yun ang intense question mo. Here is secondary lang kasi ang tinitingnan mo lang is, did you open the drawer? Hindi mo sinabi sa kanya na siya yung kumuha. So, looking at this, is weak relevant lang siya. Kasi kapag sinabi niyang binuksan niya or hindi niya binuksan, magre-react yun. Pero mas maganda nun talaga is nakuha natin yung pangyayari. Kaya once we are conducting our investigation or the interview subject, we know everything about the situation dun sa mismong facts na ibibigay sa atin ng police. Here, another, the classification of weak relevant. Meron pa rin pong classification yung weak relevant. Like here, sacrifice relevant or dayat question. Do you intend to answer truthfully? D is letter D, meaning sa D is did, do, and ang Y is you, and then ang A is answer, and ang T is truthfully. So, designed to absorb the response generally generated by introduction of the first relevant question in the series. Kapag kasi nagtanong tayo dito sa weak relevant, maa-absorb niya, parang iisipin niya yung nangyari. Maaalala nyo yung past nung pagkuha or pagkakuha doon sa isang item. Reaction to this question give the examiner a clue as to the subject attitude of willingness or voluntariness to the subject to the test. kung volunteer ba. Kasi minsan kasi, there are subject na blankado man pala ang isip niya. So ito, nakakatulong ito, na kailangan natin siyang tanungin ng ganitong klaseng tanong. Regarding the stolen laptop, do you intend truthfully to answer his question about that? Ibig sabihin, we are looking the areas sa brain niya kung aware ba siya or conscious ba siya sa tanong natin. Kasi baka naman sadyang binablangko niya ang isip niya. Isa po kasi yun sa pag-beat ng sa polygraph examination. Kung gusto mo siyang talunin, yung polygraph, huwag mong isipin yung itinatanong sa'yo ng subject, di ba? Ganun lang kadali. Eh kaso ito, kailangan nating isipin niya yung itinatanong mo para maalala niya kung ano yung nangyari. Another question or another example of weak relevant question is regarding whether or not you shoot police officer Jan do you intend to answer truthfully? It's question about that. So yun, nakapokus ka dun sa what? Sa tanong mo dun sa tanong, pero ginamit niya pa rin yung pagpatay or yung pag-shoot dun sa police officer. Hindi man yun yung actual mong tanong, pero ang itinatanong mo is, dun lang yun sa kung sasagot ka ba ng tama dun sa tinatanong niya. So, parang inililigaw mo lang siya. So, that is yung tinasabi nating DEYAT question, which is under po yun ng classification ng weak relevant question. Okay po, next po tayo. Knowledge question po. Letter B na po. This type of question is propounded to the subject to detect information about crime that only guilty subject would have. Some information might include details about the site of crime or the means of committing it, such as type of weapon used. So, connected pa rin yung kaalaman niya, kaya knowledge, ano yung idea niya or ano yung kaalaman niya pagdating doon sa pangyayari na krimen. So, do you know for sure who stole laptop of Mr. Juan Sanchez? So, nakafocus doon sa tanong na yon, pero ang tanong is, do you know? Alam mo ba? So, ibig sabihin, hindi siya yung mismong tinatanong ng siya talaga. Pero, titingnan natin kung may alam siya. Baka naman, nabintangan siya or naging suspect siya, pero siya pala ay may alam tungkol doon. So, isa yon. That is another way of questioning. Another, evidence connecting question. Pag evidence connecting, we have to look for the evidence. Like for example here, it has to do with inviting subject attention. Kukuhain mo naman yung attention niya on probability of incriminating proof. Kasi by that, maiisip niya, no? What happened during the time na kinuha yung laptop or maybe yung bagay. So, would tend to establish his guilt by linking him and the predicament to the fingerprint, pwedeng fingerprint, pwedeng wallet, or pwedeng footprint marks, or any others like the ID, the t-shirt, or anything na naiwan doon. So, collected at the crime scene. Lahat ng bagay na pwedeng nakuha sa crime scene. That's why po, ang trabaho ni examiner is pagpunta sa'yo ng police para magsabi na, mapakuha kami ng polygraph examination, dapat full ang ibibigay niyang, lahat ng information ibibigay niya, included yung pati sa investigation, included yung lahat ng evidences na nakuha sa crime scene, so that you can ask the question. Kasi kapag kulang po yung information na ibigay ni police, tapos magkakandak si polygraph examiner and gagawa na siya ng questioning, hindi po magagamit itong mga bagay na ito. So, dapat it is included in the facts of the case na isasubmit ni polygraph examiner, ni police, kung halimbawang policeman. Then, example, here are the footprint outside the house of Pedro's yours. So, tinatanong na yung evidence. Kino-connect ka na dun sa evidence. Ibig sabihin, it's not direct asking a question. Pero weak relevant siya. Relevant siya dun sa kaso pero weak. Medyo mababaw, hindi siya directly naka-tanong doon as relevant. So that is under ng weak relevant. The next, control question. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina doon sa history na ginawa.
na kung bakit ginamit yung control question para maging basis. Noon pong panahon, nung mga sinauna pa pong mga polygraph examiner, ang control question po, nagagamit siya na relevant, parang relevant na rin. Pero ngayon po, dahil na bago na at natuto na yung mga examiner natin, lalo nilang napag-aralan at lalo nilang naintindihan that the control question can be used only to compare and to see, and ito yung dito, pag mataas ang graph dito ng subject, kapag mataas na masyado dito, pag dito siya kinabahan sa control question, truthful siya. Dati po, ginagamit po is ano po siya, yung deceptive, yung may kasalanan or may tinatago. Pero ngayon po, sa bago, yung bago pong natutunan ko during our training, yung latest, dun ko po naintindihan din na this comparison question test is used for those truthful subject. Kapag dito siya kinabahan sa control question, meaning truthful siya, totoo siya, nagsasabi siya ng totoo. Kasi mini-measure po natin yun sa quantification. Ini-scorean po natin ito. Okay, we go to this control question. These are used for the purpose of comparison. Essentially, truthful subjects are believed by polygraph examiner to be more concerned about control than relevant question. Ito yung pinaglalaban niya, yung relevant na tanong, yung did you steal, yung example nating tanong kanina, did you steal Pedro Oya's laptop? That is a relevant question, a strong relevant question. And this control question, yung dalawang yan ang pinaglalaban natin, and yan yung kinu-compare. So the response to the both and relevant question are compared in that way. So comparison question test or so-called control question test. Kaya pag narinig niyo po yung comparison question, iyan na po yung control question. Medyo na-develop na po kasi ngayon habang tumatagal, kaya ginamit na natin yung comparison question. So this compare again, response to the relevant question to the response to the other question that are believed to elicit physiological reaction. Ini-elicit po natin kinukuha yung physiological reaction from innocent examinees. Relevant question are defined as the relevant, irrelevant test, yung test natin. Comparison question asked about general answerable act, sometimes of the type of event under investigation, mostly in the investigation situation. Have you ever stolen anything? Ang example dito sa comparison test is have you ever stolen anything? Dito mostly we are using a date. Gumagamit tayo ng petsa. Like for example, nangyari yung crime is 2019. You will ask the question, did you stole anything in the year 2015? Parang kukuhain mo yung past niya. Nag-focus siya dun sa past. Like for example, did you stolen anything noong 2015? Pero na-commit yung crime is 2019. Ang mismong pangyayari is 19. So, anong nangyari dun sa brain niya? Anong nangyari sa physiological niya? Mayroon siyang reaction. Bakit? Pag nag-focus siya doon sa kanyang reaction dun sa nakaraan, iisipin niya, pag sumabi siya ng yes, ang iisipin niya kung may kinuha siya ng kahit anong bagay ng 2015 or before in that year, pwedeng nakafocus siya doon, natatakot na siya dun sa susunod kasi baka ang susunod na itanong sa kanya is yung kasalanan niya ng 2019. So, hindi magbabala. So, pag kinumpare natin siya, the comparison question, matataas talaga siya dun kasi may takot siya. Kasi, inaamin niya sa sarili niya na may ginawa siyang mali noon. Hindi siya nag-focus dun sa ngayon. Kaya, yun ang kagandahan dito sa question na to. Next, the probable lie. Ito, comparison question test. The instructions are designed to induce innocent people to answer in a negative. Ito yon. Kasi lagi ang sagot niyan dyan is no. Di ba? Even though most are lying. Siyempre, sasabihin niyan no. Pero sa totoo, talagang nagsisinungaling siya. Innocent examinees or yung subject are expected to experience concern. Excuse me. Nainom lang po ako, ha? Okay, continue. So, with the probable lie, directed lie test, examiners are instructed to respond negatively or untruthfully to comparison. Next is the during the first 20 years of your life, did you ever tell anyone lie? So, doon sa tanong na yon, meron tayong may probable and meron tayong directed. Bibigyan mo siya ng instruction na magsinungaling. So, kasi i-check mo siya. Kaya nga i-compare. So, in the both form of test, the expectation is that innocent examiners will react more strongly to comparison question. Ito yung sinabi ko sa inyo kanina, na mas tataas yung graph niya and mas matatakot siya doon sa tinatanong mo ngayon about doon sa sinasabi nating comparison question. Kasi, ang tinatanong is yung nakaraan eh. Di parang natatakot na siya doon sa susunod. So, the examiners will react more strongly to relevant question. So, pag naman dun sa mga examinees na may kasalanan talaga siya, dun siya sa strong relevant question magre-react, hindi dito sa comparison. Pero will not say that dun sa subject. Tayo lang ang nakakaalam nito as examiners. Nakuha po yung difference kung bakit natin kailangang i-direct to lie the subject. May mga ganun kasi talagang case. Pero ang kinukuha natin po is we are recording the physiological. Okay? The next po is the two kinds of control question. Meron tayong primary and meron po tayong secondary control question. Ito po, medyo komplikado na. Kasi nga po, mayroon ng primary, may secondary pa. We have to recall the offense done from the time of childhood up to 3 to 5 years before the occurrence of this present offense being investigated. Palagi natin kukunin yung previous. Kung makikita niyo po sa formulation in question, meron na po kasi yan sa computer eh. Pag computerized po yung ginamit nating machine, mostly, naka-set up na po yan. May guided na. Kaso lang po, depende sa kaso, syempre po na nahahawakan. So dito po, ang common na tanong po dyan is kung yung subject is nasa age na ng 28 o 29, we have to ask the question dito po sa before siya mag-age ng 29, nasa 25. Kaya po ang tanong dito is, before reaching the age of 25, have you ever stolen anything? Ang control question po natin is nakafocus siya with the age of 25. Pero actual pong na-commit yung crime ay nasa age na siya ng 29. So kaya nga primary control is we are looking for kung nag-focus siya dun sa panahon na yun. Kasi he will look back, aalalahanin niya yung mga previous years. Dun siya ma-focus. Pag siya ay innocent, dun siya ma-focus. Pero kapag siya naman po ay guilty, dun siya ma-focus, magre-react siya doon sa tanong mo na yung ngayon. Yung tanong mo na, did you stole the laptop of Pedro Oya? Ganun yung sitwasyon. Okay, sa secondary control question, more specific in nature is based upon another sort of wrongdoing. Will enhance the subject opportunity for responsiveness. Its scope include up to the present period of examination. Have you ever stolen anything from this locality? So, parang secondary lang siya. Hindi nakafocus mismo sa kung anong pangyayari dun sa crime, but focus pa rin for stolen, pero in general na siya, in locality. So, if you can notice, may primary, may secondary. How you can differentiate the two? Kasi mostly, you can differentiate dyan kasi kung gaano siya kababaw yung tanong. Kasi dito, mismong pinokus siya dun sa age of 25 sa primary. Samantalang sa secondary, na-focus siya dun sa locality. Kumbaga, nililigaw lang yung isip niya para pagalawin niya, paganahin niya yung utak niya dun sa panahon na yon or dun sa lugar na yon. Even though, we are looking for kung gaano talaga siya ka-intense kapag dumating na tayo sa relevant question. Kaya po itong control question, it will ask, magkatabi po sila. Lagi silang magkasunudan, ni control question at saka ni relevant question. Okay po? Sana po nakukuha po, pasensya na kasi ang hirap po kasi hindi tayo naka-actual, pero we'll continue again. So, the irrelevant neutral question, yun po ang nauna kanina is lahat po yun relevant. Nagkaiba-iba lang siya sa different classification. May weak, meron po tayong mga control question. Pero dito po, irrelevant na po. May tanong po kasi tayo, ma'am and sir, na hindi po related sa kaso. Highly needed din po ito para po ma-differentiate natin yung different response ng subject doon sa takot siya or sa pwedeng natural lang ang pakiramdam niya. So dito po, sa tanong na dito po, i-take up po natin about irrelevant question. Types of question where have no importance to the case under investigation. These are questions which are believed to have no or very little emotional impact on the subject. Hindi siya mag-iisip or wala na siyang masyadong itatanong doon sa isip niya. Kasi parang ang tanong mo lang dito is, are you wearing red t-shirt? Mga ganon. Or today is Monday? Mga ganon lang po ang question sa neutral. Such question can be used as an indicator of particular subject normal baseline level or arousal. This must precede the relevance ones. Ito lang po yung basihan po natin kung kailan relax yung subject. Gayun po siya kahalaga sa pagkakandak ng polygraph examination, yung tanong na neutral or irrelevant. No connection to the case we are talking or dun sa investigation. Walang connection. Okay. Irrelevant question is one designed to provoke no emotion. Is today is Monday? Yan, yung mga ganong tanong. Irrelevant question are typically placed in the first position of question list because the physiological response that follow the presentation of the first question are presumed to have no diagnostic value. Kasi yung unang tanong po natin, the first question is no diagnostic value. Ibig sabihin, kung ikaw yung doktor, nasa level siya na nakapantay lang kasi relax man niya ng subject. Kailangan relax siya. Kailangan hindi siya takot sa tanong mo. Kaya dapat, the question is not relevant to the case you are talking. So, they are also placed on the other point in the question sequence. Kapag nagkakandak na ng questioning, nakasequence lang siya, nakasingit lang siya. Pero mostly, typically, ibig sabihin, ito na yung most na ginagawa ng lahat ng examiner, naka-place lagi siya sa question number 1, yung irrelevant question. So, guilty examinee are expected to show stronger reaction to relevant than to irrelevant question. Innocent examinee are expected to react similarly to both question type. Yan. Yung innocent kasi, makikita mo, parehas ang reaction niya dun sa irrelevant at relevant question na itinanong mo. While dun sa guilty subject, stronger siya pagdating sa relevant. Kumbaga, mas mataas yung graph na makikita natin. Okay, that's why we have our irrelevant question. The common question na tinatanong natin, yung tawag nating IR or neutral question, are designed emotionally neutral to examine the ACA or the norms and neutral, where should be answered with a yes. This type of question in both the examiner and examinee know the true answer. Dapat kasi open din yung conscious pa rin siya, yung mind niya, yung brain niya, alam niya. So it is intended to establish the examinee physiological norm. Is today's Monday? Is your last name is Pedro or San Juan? Right now, are you wearing a blue color shirt? So ganun lang yung mga common na question sa irrelevant. And ang sabi dyan is answered with a yes. Okay din naman yung no. Kaya lang we are looking for kung po pwede, yes na dapat yung answer niya palagi doon sa irrelevant. Kasi irrelevant naman siya and wala naman siyang connection within the case. Okay. The next is the supplementary test question. Ito po yung sinabi ko sa kanyo kanina na ginagawa lang po siya doon po sa isang pero sa isang subject po na parang hindi siya cooperative. Yun lang po, yung parang ganong sitwasyon. Kasi po, ito pong peak attention test is baka po kasi yung subject mo is not cooperative with you. Although nag-oo siya, oo, you agree with the examination, but in the time you conduct an examination, baka naman he is not willing kasi pinipris niya yung isip niya na nakafocus siya within sa ibang bagay. Kumbaga, kailangan kuhain natin dito. Kaya mayroon po tayong supplementary test question. Pero hindi po siya included kapag nagawa tayo ng questioning. Yung 10 question dun sa general question test. Ito pong supplementary, commonly it is done before. Sa mga training nito, kadalasan ganito po ang ginagamit. The peak attention test is similar in format to concealed information test. But distinct because questions are asked and easily recognized. Example, what's the amount of stolen money? Yan. Madali mo siyang makuha kasi pinapipili na siya doon sa nandun ng mga evidences or mga kagaya dito, ang ginamit dito is kasi the book na kinunan ko po ng reference dito is American book, that's why naka-dollar po yan. So that's why the situation is like that, peak of tension only. Titingnan lang natin kung nagko-concealed siya ng information. Pero iba ang dating sa kanya. Pipili siya ang pipili. And it's not say na yes or no ang sagot. A guilty examinee is expected to show a pattern of responsiveness that increases the correct alternative approach and the question sequence and decreases with the pass. Simulation tests often have this format, paggagamit ng simulation. Although, here, hindi ito masyadong gamit na kasi ginagamit ito, yung papakita kong sample sa inyo mamaya ng video, is peak of tension test lang yun. Sa is known solution of peak tension test, the examiner show with alternative in one truly connected to the incident and evaluate the examinee pattern of response for evidence of involvement in the incident. It's also possible to use the peak of tension test in reaching or searching mode when examiner does not know which answer is connected to the event but want to use the test for help in an investigation. So it's assumed that pattern of guilty person autonomic response will reveal the correct answer. Dito kasi, kinukuha mo lang yung kanyang feeling. But here, still, magagamit pa rin siya connected with the event or the crime or maybe sa case. Pero mostly, present na po yung mga like the amount or the place na papipiliin na lang siya. Another, ito mga ma-encounter nyo rin kasi po to, kaya I included this. Yung mga way how you will ask the question is sky question. An optional question used to verify the previous chart. Kasi may mga case po kasi tayo na pwede nating ulitin yung questioning. Yung mga nakaraan na pwede tayong mag-review. Although limited only for 10 question ang isang setting, pero pwede naman po nating umulit, pero pwede tayong gumamit ng sky question. The sky, the S is do you suspect anyone in particular stealing any of that money? Kaya naka-state dyan is S, yung S na yan is suspect, naka-focus in suspect. Yung K, do you know? Yung K is no, for sure, who stole any money, any of the money. So parang dito, inaalam mo lang, bini-verify mo lang yung previous na pinag-usapan nyo. Another is Y. Yung Y, that you. Yung Y dun is you. Steal any of the money. Kinukuha natin yung you doon. So nakuha natin, S is for suspect, K is for no, and Y is for you. Yan yung kinukuha dyan natin. Kaya may sky question po. Ginagawa lang po siya optional to verify the previous. Meaning, yung 10 question na ipo-formulate, meaning, hindi po siya yon kasama doon yung sky question. Parang review question yun sa subject. Kung may gusto kang i-verify doon sa chart na nabuo. Kasi baka mayroon kang kailangan pang alamin. So, kaya applied po yung sky question. Okay po, symptomatic question, the same. We asked also yung term na symptomatic question to the subject kasi po kailangan din. Is used to determine whether the examiner is truly convinced that the forensic psychophysiology, yung FP natin, once you encounter that term, psychophysiology is the person who are conducting the polygraph examination, will not unreviewed question during the polygraph verification. Kasi tayo po, ang setting po natin, may phases po tayo ng polygraph examination. In that case, dahil sa phases natin, isa po yan. May mga reviewed and unreviewed question po tayo. So, dito, the test and whether there is something else, the examinee is afraid, yung kinatatakutan niya na itanong sa kanya about. So, those things na afraid siya to ask him a question about, even though the psychophysiologist promised to examine, he would not. Kaya sinabi ko na halimbawa, as I am the examiner, I tell him na sabi ko, I will not ask the question to you na hindi natin na-review. Minsan, baka may takot siya, kaya nga symptomatic question. Example of this are you completely convinced that I will not ask you an unreviewed question in the chart? So dito, parang kinukuha lang natin yung awareness niya. Gaya nung binanggit natin po kanina. Is there something else you are afraid? May kinatatakutan ka ba? I will ask you a question about, even though I told you I would not. So yan yung mga symptomatic question lang yan. Parang pang-Zywar lang natin yan dun sa subject. Guilty complex test. Ito, at this, although ang gagamitin natin is control or the general question test, pero by kasi baka ma-encounter niyo itong GCT, although part pa rin ito po ng test na lagi nating nakikita. Kasi po, sa totoo lang, pag binuksan mo yung software po, inopen po ng ating yung sa polygraph, ang dami-dami po kasi ng test. Actually, nag-pick lang nga po ako ng ilan, yung general question test, tapos yun nga lang po. Pero yung totoo po, pag sa dami po doon, kaya mapapagod ka mag-check kung alin ang gusto mo. So, ang hirap lang pong i-manipulate or isipin kung paano siya gagawin. So, ito po sa GCT, this is the test is applied when the response to relevant and control question are similar in degree and consistency. Kikitingnan mo lang po yung how consistent yung emotion ng subject and the way that the examiner cannot determine whether the subject is telling the truth or not. Parang complex test lang po siya. Parang pag ikaw ang isang examiner, nahihirapan ka na, medyo kailangan mo siyang magkanda, ang i-apply mo na is guilty complex test na. The subject is asked question aside from the irrelevant, relevant and control question. A new series of relevant question dealing with incident in which the subject could not have committed. Gagamitan mo na siya ng ibang question na hindi siya yung nakafocus na siya doon sa nakaraan na ibang part where na hindi niya naman na-commit. Kumbaga, itatry mo lang yung guilty area niya doon sa graph. Parang just to double check. Kaya may guilty complex test. Pero commonly po, hindi naman na siya ini-apply ng mga regular na test. Pero kapag yung talagang komplikado po and need po ng another psychophysiologist na i-check yung chart, hindi maganda yung response, parang inconclusive ba, parang ang feeling mo hindi mo maintindihan kung guilty or not guilty, ginagawa nila is gumagawa sila ng form of question again, that guilty complex test. That's why we have that. Another, meron din po tayong silent answer test. This silent answer test, ginagawa rin po ito sa mga training. This test is conducted in the same manner where relevant and control question are asked, but the subject is instructed to answer the question silently. Isip lang. Halimbawa, pinapick ka ng isang number. You pick a number 6. Tapos, hindi mo sasabihin sa examiner na ang pinili mo number 6. Tapos, tatanungin ka ng 6 na tanong. Halimbawa, did you pick number 1? Tapos, silent lang yon. Did you pick number 2? Hanggang sa nakaabot din sa 6. Tapos, hanggang din sa 6, sasabihin mo pa rin lahat, no. Diba? Kasi silent lang sa isip mo. Doon, i-check doon, ano yung response mo? Without making any verbal response, causes distortion in tracing such sniff or clearing the truth. Pwedeng mangyari kasi po yon. Mostly sa mga training po, ganito lang po kami nagtitest para medyo matipid yung time. We are doing, nalimbawa, card test, kasi meron din po ditong card test, may silent answer test. Pero it is done na hindi ka magsasalita. You will not ask or you will not speak loudly. Nasasabi kang no or yes. Hindi yon. Isip lang. Isa yon sa nakakatulong just to look for the response of the subject sa isip. Kung talagang aware siya sa mga bagay na itinatanong sa kanya. Next is the zone comparison test. Ito, connected siya dun sa ating topic kanina, yung sinabi natin, general question test. The zone comparison test is important. The 22 35-second block of polygraph chart, time initiated by a question having unique psychological focusing appeal to predictable group of examinee. Ang hirap ko pong ibigay sa inyo ng instruction about this kasi wala po tayong sample, yung chart, actually sample po ng chart. Kasi po, nag-lockdown po, hindi na-close po yung school namin. Hindi po muna kami hindi ako nakakuha ng sample ng chart. But still, yung zone comparison test, kaya po may mga chart naman po dyan sa video na ipakikita ko para ma-determine lang ninyo. Kasi dito po, sa zone comparison test, mostly po, 20 to 35. Meaning, kami po, we do only 20 to 25. Hindi na po maabot sa 35 seconds kasi masyado na pong mahaba yon. Kasi kada block po nun, kada guhit nung sinasabi nating graph is nasa 5 seconds po yon. 5. Pero yung pong 5, di ilan pong seconds yon. So, kailangan po natin ng 5 graph kada question. So, kaya po gumagamit ng zone comparison test. Ito po yung ginagamit natin ngayon na makikita natin yung mga graph kung bakit doon tumatama yon. So, ito. Let us see yung sa polygraph examination para makita po natin yung mga graph. Can we have, sir, ma'am? Hi, sir, ma'am. Before we go to this, pakita po muna ako ng ano.
Sige po, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
So, narinig niyo naman po ako.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So, can we continue po about the polygraph examination? I just show you the video para magkaroon po kayo ng idea on the actual polygraph examination. So, there are some topics here about the polygraph examination and conducting the polygraph examination. So, we'll have ma'am and sir, the things to consider in the conduct of polygraph examination. As we said, the first is the examiner, or the examiner is the very important one. So, basis to all of that has been said that regard to the utilization and accuracy of polygraph technique is the matter of examiner qualification and skill. Mostly, ito po yung pinakang mahalaga in the general kasi nga his knowledge and trainings. Also, he should have an intense interest in human nature and suitable personality trait as being evident from otherwise generally or ability to get along with the people. Hindi po pwede yung examiner po natin na hindi parang mga alum sa tao. So, dapat he knows how to talk with the people. The next po, the 3 types of subject for polygraph testing. Meron po tayong suspect, victim, or complaint, and the witness. So the following can be subjected for polygraph testing. As we said, not all can be considered to the polygraph examination. The subject whose guilt is definite or reasonably certain, emotional offender, person who commit crimes in heat of passion, also person whose offenses are accidental in nature, and also non-emotional offender, and also person who commit crime for financial gain, subject whose guilt is doubtful and uncertain. So, yan yung mga to be subjected for testing. So, that is for criminal investigation only, not as saying doon sa sinabi ko kanina, sa uses of polygraph, kasama yung sa sinasabi natin na sa periodical screening or sa employment. It's different. So, next po, things to consider po about the subject. The subject can be conduct a polygraph examination if we have a good night's sleep prior to the test. Hindi po pwedeng kunan yung subject na wala siyang proper na tulog po. Subject must refrain from smoking or at least 2 hours prior to the test. Kung po pwede, dapat hindi nga siya talaga nag-take or nag-smoke. Then, subject must not be interrogated for prolonged period of time prior to the test. Or maybe, hindi siya pwedeng nagdaan ng maraming investigation. Kaya nga po dapat, once na nagkakandak ng polygraph examination, dapat may rest yung brain ng isang individual. The subject must not be physically and mentally tortured prior to the test. The subject must not be suffering from any temporary illness prior to the test, and the subject must not be hungry. Okay, here are po the examination room. The examination room dapat properly ventilated kasi as we said, medyo importante po dun sa subject na wala siyang maraming ma-absorb, ma-receive na man na ingay. Kaya po dapat 90% soundproof, tama yung ilaw, not decorated, any decoration, wala po dapat. And then the room should be equipped with one-way mirror. So yung nakatingin lang dun sa kanila during the conduct investigation, hindi makikita ng subject. So mostly, 2 person lang kung po pwede sa loob in the polygraph examination room. That are po, ito yung po yung phases sa polygraph examination. Meron po tayong initial interview, preliminary preparation. Ang phase 1 po, dito natin kinokollect po lahat ng evidences and everything kapag hawak na po natin. So this one, initial interview with the investigator handling the case person requesting it. Who are the person who request for that polygraph examination? So, siya muna yung ikakandak natin ng interview. The group involved in the stage that the victim or complainant, suspect, and witnesses. Kung sino sa kanila yung magpapapolygraph, pwedeng ibibigay na po yun. Then, the next is the stage include obtaining evaluation of facts, kasama na po dito, to get everything. Sabi ko ngayon po kanina, the sworn statement of the suspect, ito na po yun, kung sino man sa kanila, suspect, witness, victim, or complainant. And also incident or spot report or yung mga BI or anything, yung sabi ko na dapat complete package po siya. Rough sketch of picture or picture of crime scene and other facts such as specific article or exact amount of money stolen. Kasi po kailangan po natin yan once we are doing our question. Kapag nagtanong na po tayo, kasama po ito sa itinatanong natin. Then, particular aspect of the offense or any strange sentence. The other po is the time the offense was committed. Kasi sabi po natin, importante po yan when we are doing our question. Known facts about the suspect action or movement. Facts indicating any connection between suspect, victim, and witnesses. And also exact type of weapon, tool, or firearm use. And also the result of laboratory test, if available po. Unpublished fact of the offense. Pwedeng may mga hindi pa naalaman about dun sa victim or dun sa suspect, dapat may na-inform or inform din po yung examiner. That is the phase 1. The next po is pre-test interview. Ito pong stage na to, pangalawang stage po, where ito na po yung pwedeng, yung subject na po mismo, yung ikakandak natin ng polygraph, makaharap na ni examiner. So this phase include the conduct of following activities. First, appraisal of subject constitutional right. Hindi po natin yung pwedeng tanggalin. Mostly, we are always telling their rights before the continuation of everything. So, doon ka muna. So, obtain subject consent to undergo polygraph test by signing statement of consent. So, laging may mga signage na for the agreement and then yung consent niya na pumapayag siya to have that or to conduct a polygraph examination. Also po, taking the subject personal data and determine his psychological and physical fitness for examination. You have to look the subject, the personal data na hawak niya, and tingnan din natin kung yung physical fitness niya and psychological. Kasi if we discover that during the first or yung pre-test interview, nakita mo na there is something wrong with him, parang may kakaiba sa kanya, no sir, ma'am, na parang hindi siya fit for that psychological or physical fit, we have to refrain for that test. Brief discussion, and dito na po yung time that you have to discuss the nature of the case and what the examination will all about, orienting the subject as to the phase of examination, its process and operational capability of polygraph machine. So, dito, you have to explain to the subject ano yung kakayahan ng polygraph. Kasi there are some ordinary individual people na makapag in-attach na sa kanya yung mga accessories in polygraphy, baka sabihin or baka biglang matakot. So dapat it must be show to him or tell him about the operational, how it is used. Sasabihin natin ito sa ating subject. And also clarifying, discussing with the subject the question to be asked and necessary instruction for each. Mostly po, ang sabi po natin, part 2 po, sa phase 2 po ng conduct ng examination, bago po yung actual na examination, we are doing po yung lahat pong 10 tanong natin na relevant, irrelevant question are already asked to the subject. Yung tamang pagkasunod-sunod nun ay ginagawa na po doon sa part 2 natin or doon sa phase 2. Inform mo na yung subject na ito yung una kong tanong, yung pangalawa, lahat ng tanong po na sasabihin mo doon sa nakakabit na yung mga accessories, itatanong mo na po sa kanya so that his mind is ready na po. Bakit po kailangan? Masabihin po natin, ay bakit isasabi mo na sa kanya? Hindi malalaman niya na yung tanong mo. It's better na malaman niya na so that he is ready na dun sa magiging reaction. Ang kukunin lang naman natin dun is yung graph, yung magiging result, the same lang naman po yon. That's why mahalaga pong he knows already kung ano yung mga tanong so that nag-anticipate na rin siya once na tinanong mo siya doon sa actual. Another is, again, signing of consent for examination. Yung consent niya na he is willing na to conduct for examination. The following rights of the subject must be informed. So, siguro okay na yan. We must go. So, ito na po yung examination proper. So, yung video, pinakita ko na sa inyo kanina about sa machine. So, sabi natin about the machine, binigay ko na po kanina yung 4 components of the machine where inisa-isa ko na po yon. So, we'll go on with this para po makaabot po tayo dun sa part ng ano. So, ito na po. Bakit po nakuha na natin yung sa ito pong mga tanong, hindi na po natin ito ipasok. Doon po tayo sa post, sa 4. Ika-4 na po natin na phase. Kanina po nasa phase 1 sa interview, dun sa subject, dun sa ating police or maybe dun sa
Ano po ma'am?
nag-request sa atin.
Medyo nawawala po yung audio.
Yes po. Wala po? Sorry po. How? Audio po. Wait lang, sir. I will ask an assistance.
Ma'am, excuse po. Ma'am, okay na naman po yung audio sa amin, ma'am. Baka kay sir lang po yung technicalities, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So, nakuha naman po ng iba. Kasi hindi ko
Okay naman po,
kasi
okay
sa akin
naman
may
po.
problema.
Okay
po.
ma'am, okay.
So, next po. We go po tayo sa next. Phase 3 na po tayo, yung actual. Yung nakita nyo na po kanina yung examination. So, we go po tayo dun sa post-test interview po. So, after po nun, these states include all consideration that they are on the examination. This is done just after the instrument is turned off. Pakatapos na po nung ating The polygraph test result indicate deception. The examiner will be proceed to conduct short interrogation. Hindi man po maiiwasan na hindi tayo parang mag-i-interrogate dun sa subject. Mostly po kasi, ang tanong lang is question and answer pero medyo mabigat din. The purpose of this is to obtain confusion. Kasi po, minsan hindi pa po talaga nagkakaroon ng actual examination. Nagko-confess na po talaga yung lalo na po kung talagang magaling din po yung examiner. Nagko-confess na po yung subject. So, however, if the polygraph indicate that the subject is innocent, the examiner will just release the subject or the suspect. The purpose of further questioning after the test are to clarify the findings, to learn if there are only one other person for the subject responding a relevant question, and other that knowledge of the crime. Also, to obtain additional information and admission for law enforcement purpose if the result suggests deception. Another one, may another video po ako doon about sa chart. Pag marking na po sa chart. The question po, yung bawat tanong po kasi, nagmamarking sa chart. Ito po ay actual video namin during the, nagkanda kami ng training where para makapakita ko lang po sa inyo how the chart is putting to the, kasi po yung susunod po nating topic is about chart marking. Once na nagkakandak na ng polygraph examination. Wala po kasi tayong actual na video nung mismong whole examination, kasi maganda nga po sana nito is yun na pong instrumentation na sinasabi natin na we are gathered and then dun tayo kukuha ng sample para dun sa mga sample sa mga subjects. That's why yun po yung kulang natin. So I will show again po yung chart marking. The sheet. Okay na po. Ano po?
Okay na, ma'am. Okay na po.
Okay na, ma'am.
Ano po, ma'am?
Nakikita na po, ma'am.
Yan po yan. Analog po yan. Yan po ang analog polygraph.
Ngayon ba ay September 9, 2018?
So they are waiting for 25 seconds for the draft para po matapos. Then, pag-marking po ulit.
Sa pagitan ng 21 years old hanggang 25 years old, nagnakaw ka na ba ng mahalagang bagay?
So the answer is negative, meaning no. That's why negative. So that's fine. If wait po na isa, that is for 20 seconds, waiting po for 20 seconds para po matapos yung sa kanyang, i-record yung kanyang reactions. And then we'll start again the question for that.
Kasabwat ka ba sa pagkuha ng nawawalang baril?
The question is really bad question. Quick, really bad question.
Group instruction in examination. Group instruction na tapos ang examination.
Kada guhit po niyan, may 5 seconds.
Okay, tapos na po yung ating examination. Iwasan po natin yung paggalaw. Hanggat hindi ko sinasabi, relaxan po tayo. Tapos double X.
So, meron po yung double X. Meaning po, stop na po yung examination sa sign po ng double X. And then, i-record po nila yung pressure po ng blood pressure. And then, yun po, 1.1 that is sensitivity po ng skin.
Ba't ang taas dito sa rito? Kasi mahila yung breathing niya.
So, yan po yung mga
Power chart, ito, pakipatay. Release yung pressure. Tanggalin yung tension. Ito na yung
So, tatanggalin na po yung pressure sa mga subject.
Okay, Mr. Gilbert, tapos na po yung unang bahagi ng examination. Kaya sa po muna tayo.
Release mo muna dun. Pindutin mo para mabanda dito. Pindutin mo yung chart power.
Okay, so yan po yung sa chart markings po. Yan po yung mga nakita nyo po kanina sa video is how the actual examination kung paano po ginagawan or nagkakandak ng chart marking. Yun po nakita nyo po is sa analog po yun. That's why may nakikita po kayo doon na mga graph na kung saan hinihintay po natin or hinihintay nung examiner umabot doon sa nilalagay nilang parang sign that say na hanggang doon yung reaction na kinukuha natin doon sa subject. Every 20 to 35 seconds. So, ang kinukuha lang po natin doon is 20 to 25 seconds nung time na yon. So, ito po, it is important. on the part of the examination in doing the chart marking. If you can notice po, here is the following data should be reflected by questioning. Once na nakita niyo po kanina, sa first time po na nagtanong, unang tanong po, nang oras na nag-start na po yung oras, magkakaroon po ng 1x. So kung nakita niyo po kanina na yung time na yung last na question po, after nun, nag-double X na po, meaning stop na po yun. So yung nakikita po natin dyan sa presentation ko ngayon are the following data should reflected in the chart after questioning. Yung double X, and then syempre importante po yung date, and also po yung sensitivity po, yung 1.5, that is sensitivity po yun po yung adjustment doon po sa machine. And yung 60 po, mostly po, sa start po, ang lalaki po, nilalagyan natin siya ng 60, yung pressure niya sa cuff, yung nilalagay po sa braso. And yun po kan nakita yung 50, pag nag-stop na po, nire-record din po yun, nagre-release din po ng konting hangin siya, so ang nakikita na lang po is only 50 yung naka-record doon, that's why yun po ang nire-record. Another po, ito po yung symbol for chart marking. The start po of the test is single X, double X for the end of the test. Yung millimeter po of mercuriation in sphygmomanometer will be 60. Yun po ay pag-adjust po doon yun sa analog polygraph. Kaya medyo mahirap po yung analog kasi grabe po talaga yung buttons na kailangan i-adjust. Another po, the same, 1.5 is skin electrical resistance po. Yun po yung centering po niya. Kasi po, gumagalaw-galaw po yun. So, that's why kailangan i-manually centering po. Okay, yun pong mga nakikita po nating slash po dyan. Automatic or manual setting of galvo amplifier po. That's why meron pong mga slash. Point of beginning and ending of asking a question, slash po yung nilalagay. Once we start to ask the question, may slash po tayong lalagay. That is meaning you started to ask the question, and at the end po ng questioning is meron po ulit tayong guhit na inilalagay. Just to remember na yun po yung start and end ng questioning. And also, may numbering din po yun. Kung question number 5 po, were relevant question, automatic po, lagyan po natin ng number 5 katabi po ng slash, and you have to point po. Kung ang sagot niya is yes, ang lalagay po natin is positive. Pag no po ang sagot is negative. So, okay. So, next po is yung stimulus mark po, meron pong adjustment for letter A. Kung nag-adjust ka po, we have to mark yung part ng A. Kung yung subject po, tinanong natin, did you steal the laptop of Pedro Oya? Nagsalita siya ng iba, hindi niya sinagot ng yes or no, you have to mark is letter T. And then kung nag-cough or naubo siya, you have to mark it letter C. Kasi po, kapag hindi natin na-markingan, pwede po nating mapagkamalian kapag nagbasa na po tayo or nag-interpret na tayo ng chart, sabihin natin is reaction po yun. So, baka po magkamali. Another po, yung noise coming outside. For example, you are asking a question, hindi po naiwasan. Yung subject is biglang may tumunog dun sa labas or may biglang nagbukas ng pinto. The noise is letter N. At the time na nagtatanong ka doon, dapat you have to point din or ilagay mo sa marking mo yung letter N. Yung SN, subject sniff, or parang napasinghot siya. So, kaya dapat observant din po yung examiner. Malakas din po yung niya to observe the situation around. Kasi kung yung subject, hindi mo na napansin, kasi doon ka lagi nakatingin sa chart mo, hindi mo napansin nag-sniff siya, marirecord siya doon ng mas mataas yung sa kanyang nomograph. Tataas yun kasi nag-react yung sa kanyang paghinga. Another is yung breathing instruction. You give a breathing instruction to the subject. You instruct him na, wag mong masyadong laliman ang paghinga mo para hindi natin So, you give the instruction, dapat ma-marking mo yung BI. Outside stimulus, may narinig, biglang may sumigaw. Then hindi na kasi yung room ninyo is hindi fully 90% na na soundproof. Na may biglang so dapat lagyan natin siya ng marking na OS. Nag-move o gumalaw yung subject, movement, MI, movement instruction, you give an instruction to the subject na iwasan po ang anuman na paggalaw. Pag sinabi mo yun sa subject, dapat naglagay ka din ng MI. You are giving an instruction to the subject, not to move. Natawa yung subject, nagtanong ka, bigla natawa, dapat lagyan mo siya ng konting din. Why? Letter Y, kung nagyan or nahikab yung subject mo, hindi na iwasan. And then CT, clearing throat. So, the chart interpretation po tayo. So, actually po, in this part, kapag nag-interpret na po ng chart, critical area na po to kasi nga, pwedeng kung hindi natin nablagyan ng markings. Kung doon po sa analog, naglalagay tayo ng markings, naglalagay din po tayo sa computerized. Although sa computerized, mas mabilis po kasi nga, we'll just click kung saan lang po. Halimbawa, yung subject is na nakapagsalita, nag-talk, you have to click lang po yung letter T. Mayroon pong program, nakaprogram na po yun, and easy to put po yung markings. Kaya lang po, ang mga pagkakamali lang po minsan ng examiner, kung failure siyang mag-observe sa subject, hindi niya nakita yung reaction, kung nagtatawa ba yung subject, hindi niya nakita kung saan siya nakatingin, pwedeng yun po yung maging basihan po na magkamali ng reaction. Where, kapag nagbabasa ka na po, like here po, normal response, refers to the response on the chart which does not deviate from norms of the subject's psychological response and usually appear when subject being asked a very irrelevant question. Nakapantay lang po yan. Pag normal response po, yung upper, yung point, and then yung lower point po niya is pantay po talaga yung kanilang kasi normal yung breathing niya. Another one, specific response. Ito yung tinasabi natin na may deviation from normal. Kakaiba siya. Pwedeng tumaas na masyado or masyado napababa yung sa kanyang graph. Where na sinasabi natin na lalo na kung nandun siya sa relevant or control question na tanong natin. Here po yung polygraph tracing. I will show po yung ito po yung average. Pag sinabi pong average, normal lang po. Where tracing that shows the no physiological evidence of change in emotional level within the stress area on the polygraph chart. This condition is also known as stomach level. According to Weinstein in 1995. Ito po yung average tracing. Yan pong makikita nyo may line, straight line po. Ang distortion dan po yung nasa gitna, yung walang guhit po. So if you can notice po, pag average tracing segment, makikita natin yung pagkapantay-pantay niya. So pag ganyan po yung reaction, it is tracing show the physiological evidence that sympathetic subdivision of autonomic nervous system more active, indicating psychological change from subject average emotional autonomic response. We have po tayo dito sa ayun po yung reaction. Ito po yung illustration. Ang average tracing is ito po na nakikita nyo sa taas. Yung susunod po na illustration, ang makikita nyo is reaction tracing. Meaning, ito po yung autonomic response where irregular na po. Ito po, reaction tracing na po yan. Na pwedeng nag-ascend or nag-suppress or like that. You see the point, pantay po siya sa baba pero pwedeng pagdating sa taas ay pa-suppress na siya. Hindi po yan makikita ng actual natin na ganun po talaga sa actual. Kasi sa actual po talagang magalaw po yung karayom po niyan or yung pen. So if you can notice, ito po kasi is, ipakita lang po natin yung tracing segment. Another po, sustain, suppress cycle, meaning reaction din po siya, ibig sabihin may reaction yung subject dito. Another one po, hold, yung breathing po niya. Hold, naghinga siya ng malalim, kinontrol niya, nag-holding siya. Or, nag-block siya, nakatulak po, ibig sabihin, hindi siya huminga, nagpatulak po yung pag-ano niya, kaya naka-blocking. If the subject, na-observe po natin na nag-holding or nag-blocking po siya ng sa kanyang paghinga, pinaglalaroan niya po yon, we have to warning him or giving him an instruction. That's why po dun sa instruction po, we're saying to him na iwasan ang anumang paggalaw at kung po pwede, ay inormal lang ang paghinga. Kasi pag nag-holding and nag-blocking at na-observe po natin ito ng 2 times or 4 times, and the examination, we will stop the examination. Bakit po? Kasi we cannot get a good result kasi the subject did not cooperate with the examiner. Another po, the baseline arousal. Ito naman po sa breathing din po. Dito po commonly nakikita natin, hindi po ito sinasadya. Dito na po yung kinakabahan na talaga yung subject. That's why nagkakaroon na ng paglikot yung kanyang pen or yung sinasabi nating karayom. Magalaw na siya, that's why nagkakaroon na ng baseline arousal. Dito, kabado na po yung subject. That's why yung paghinga niya is not normal. Sa breathing po, yung pinapakita ko ang ano po. Breathing lang po yan, sa pneumograph lang po. Another po, pneumograph din po, sa baseline. Reaction tracing din po yan. Reaction tracing, kapag po nag-loss ng baseline, isa po yan sa ginagawa o tinitingnan ng isang examiner. Yan po ang binibilugan nila dyan. Saying po, that is a reaction. Ang iba po, ang ginagawa po dyan, gumagamit na po tayo ng, kung encounter po natin doon sa blast nating part, yung maglalagay na po dyan minsan, pag ganyan na po kalaki ang reaction niya is negative 3 na po ang scoring dyan. Bakit po? Kasi masyado pong mali yung kanyang breathing. Another one po, return abrupt baseline. Kahit ini-return niya, pinipilit niyang baguhin yung kanyang paghinga, still, may reaction pa rin po dyan. Change in inhalation, exhalation. Ito po, commonly hindi rin po ito inaasahan ng isang subject. Ang isang subject po, pwedeng hindi niya sinasadya. In this case, yung change ng inhalation and exhalation niya, or yung ratio niya. Because ano po, nagkakaroon siya ng imbalance. Another po, relief tracing segment. Another din po ito pagdating sa breathing. Is a segment when the tracing shows that physiological evidence that parasympathetic subdivision of the autonomic nervous system. It's more active following the stress area kapag medyo talagang nahihirapan yung subject. The polygraph chart indicating physiological return or yung psychological return of the subject. The emotional level. The condition is also known as homeostatic change, yung pagbabago ng kanyang graph. You can see from here, yan po, reaction din po yan. Kapag nagkaroon ng ascending hyperventilation cycle, yung masyadong napalakas yung bunot niya ng hangin, yung bawat kuha niya ng hangin, from normal, biglang lumakas, or maybe pwedeng pagbaba or pagbalik naman pababa. Yan po yung mga cases kapag nagkakandak po tayo or nag-interpret po tayo ng chart, dapat po nakikita natin ito properly. Hindi po siya ganyan kalinaw kung titingnan nyo po sa actual na tracing. Sa actual pong tracing, sobrang hirap po talaga kasi kung nakita nyo po kanina dun sa video, ang dami-dami po talaga ng tracing na halos puro ganito lang po. Pero dahil sa knowledge at kakayahan po at kasanayan na po ng isang examiner, natututunan na rin po nila yan, nakuhain yung tama kung alin po doon yung may reaction at wala po. Okay, next po, the relief tracing segment. Ito po mga tracing na to, the same din po. Although po nakita natin parang normal lang po, yung may guhit po dyan sa baba, yung lines na pantay-pantay, that relief tracing segment is still, part pa rin po siya ng reaction. Bakit po? Coming from that high, nag-lower, and then nag-relief siya. Ibig sabihin, pilit niyang binabawi yung tamang paghinga niya. So, ang tawag natin dyan, yung sustained hyperventilation cycle. Another one po, re-increase breathing rate. Ito po ang common nating makikita. Pag breathing, masyadong mabilis na yung paghinga than sa nakikita natin. That's why masyado ng Next po, decrease and distortion tracing. Those distortion tracing, isa din po siya sa reaction tracing, where makita natin, mostly parang feeling mo naka-normal lang po siya. But the truth is, there is a distortion. Isa po yan sa sinisilip din po ng ating mga examiner. Isa po yan sa hindi mo basta makita kaagad during the examination or during the chart. Pero magagaling din dito yung ibang examiner how to look at this one, distortion tracing po. Another one, to describe po yung distortion again, is the tracing depart from the average or emotional level. So if you can notice from here, yung sympathetic and parasympathetic activation po, yung diniscuss ko po kanina sa part po ng core, sa topic core, dito na po yun pumapasok, yung parasympathetic and sympathetic reaction. Nagkakaroon na po ng distortion when it comes to the part ng subject. Or, ang tawag natin dito is artifact. Okay po. Yan po, may mga distortion tracing po, may uniform, meron po siyang hindi uniform. Nomograph tracing po, yan po yan. Nakita niyo naman na po sa yung nauna po, medyo pinilisan ko na po on this part. Kasi po ito po yung mga ingest. Actually, hindi mahirap na po on our part to measure that. Kasi meron na po tayo ngayong computerized. That's why, siguro sa nomograph tracing, hindi ko na masyadong i-ano to. Kasi nami-measure na po ito pagdating dun sa computerized. Ang importante lang po sa computerized, you know how to manipulate the computer and how to use the software. The galvanograph tracing, ito po yung pinakang magandang area po when it comes to the tracing na nakikita natin. Kasi ito, kitang-kita po natin on the tracing. The galvanic skin response or reflex. Where, ito yung sabi natin kanina, ang nire-record ay skin. Let us see, tingnan na lang po natin yung kanyang video, yung kanyang illustration. If you can notice, sir, ma'am, this curve, kapag ganyan na po yung curve ng isang subject, nag-indicate na po siya ng reaction. Kasi mostly po, dapat nakat-normal lang po siya sa baba. Kung nakita niyo po kanina yung video, na normal lang po siya, hindi siya tumaas ng ganito, sobra kataas. Yung kanyang skin resistance. Okay, like this po, pag sa analog po kasi may mga cases po ganito, ito po yung ninonote po natin kapag nagkakaroon ng pen stamp. Hindi po ito pwedeng inoted as reaction tracing po. Okay, sa cardiograph po or cardiospermograph, ito rin po yung isang area na kung saan medyo mahirap din pong basahin because ito yung nakikita natin sa lower part po ng ating graph. Ito po ay sa normal pulse rate of the average individual, 72 to 80 beats per minute po tayo niyan. It will vary to emotional tone of the subject. Ito po yung tinitingnan at binibilang po ng ating mga examiner. The amplitude or volume is also subject to variation and dictated by the physiological structure of person and cuff pressure. Another po, I will show na lang po, kasi dito yung cardio tracing indicative of deception po, kapag masyado na pong tumaas yung blood pressure niya, or pwedeng nag-decrease, or pwedeng nag-irregular na po. Let us see po yung kanyang cardio relief tracing po. Here po yung mga relief tracing niya is you can see yung may lines po. The reaction po yung baba, yung mas mababa at mas maliliit. Ibig sabihin po, mas mabilis po yung pintig ng kanyang puso in that case. And then, dito po sa relief, yan po yung sinasabi natin na pilit na binabawi ng subject. So, this recovery phase of blood pressure arousal from ascending, then recovery. Isa po yan sa reaction na binabasa natin once we are looking for the reaction to the subject. Yan pong mga konti, may mga distortion din po tayong nakikita dyan. The same with po doon sa ipinakita natin doon sa nomograph. Where ang distortion dyan po, yung mga maliliit na makikita natin, bago siya bumalik, mag-increase from reaction, bago siya mag-increase or mag-recover, may maliit siya na nakikita din. The same with the distortion doon sa nomograph. Another, the same po, ito po, isa din po klase ng cardiograph activity monitor reaction. Yan din po, from dun sa mabilis, and then na bumagal, and then naging bumalik po. So that are the situation. Another, sa blood pressure tracing po, reaction and recovery. So we can see naman from the reaction, kitang-kita natin na sobrang taas po ng reaction niya. Ibig sabihin, nagkaroon ng blood pressure arousal. Yung pagtaas po niyang graph na yan is meaning that is, wag lang po yung subject is parang masyado ng yung naiinitan or masyadong nainitan siya, nagkakanda kayo ng polygraph, pwedeng isang part yan. Pero kung normal lang po yung temperature, maganda naman po ang status, and then you are just asking the question, nagkataon, tinapat ito, nagkaroon ka ng question like, for example, the relevant question, did you steal the money of Mr. A? This situation, and ito yung lumabas sa graph niya dun sa tanong mong relevant question, it is a reaction and it could be marked as negative 3 or negative, the highest is negative 3. Okay po. So, the quantification tracing po, ito yung po yung last, although part pa rin po ito dun sa tracing, pero ang ano po dito sa quantification, ito yung pinakang mahirap, ito yung polygram na po, na kinocompute na po ng mga examiner. And numerical quantification system po as the average subcomposition technique where relevant question is compared against a neighboring control question. Yung binanggit ko po sa inyo kanina during the formulation of question. Because in this way, the absence of sympathetic and parasympathetic activation is that lead itself to a numerical scoring system and analysis of the chart tracing. And breathing, also kasama yung breathing, yung sa ating skin resistance, and also the cardio. I will do this fast kasi po, I know na tanghali na po. Yung pong sa psychophysiologist or yung FP po natin, it must be analyzed po yung mga different reaction through those tracing. So, he must also not allow a strong reaction in any all tracing to relevant question. Hindi naman po ibig sabihin sobrang taas ng reaction ng subject sa relevant question, masyado na tayong nag-focus dun. Titingnan din po natin yung sa kanyang neighboring chart. So, the evaluation of other relevant question on the same chart. Kasi po, tinatanong po natin ang relevant question, meron po tayong weak relevant na binanggit ko kanina. Kapag itinanong po natin yun sa subject, doon sa part na yon, doon din, tingnan po natin din siya. Wag lang po tayong nakafocus doon sa strong relevant question na tinanong natin. Guided naman po tayo, sa examiner po, guided naman po kung nasaan na yung mga tanong because may mga numbering naman po tayo doon. From number 1 to 10, doon, madidetermine mo po, halimbawa po, number 1, a relevant question you ask, today is Monday, so the graph there is normal lang. And then once you ask the irrelevant question to the next question again is normal. But pag number 3 ka na, nagkaroon ka na ng relevant question or strong relevant question, pupukusan mo na yun. Yun na yung sinasabi natin na nasa zone na saan, green zone, where nakita mo ngayon yung zone na yon na medyo mabigat yung kanyang sagot. Or baga, sumagot man siya ng no, pero mataas yung reaction niya. Another, to maintain an objective, the measure of reaction, or lack of reaction, it's relevant question, it's either, or it's tracing. Titingnan po natin sa numerical scoring system. Ang nag-design po niyan is si Baxter that provide by the psychophysiologists with the means of objectivity evaluating each relevant question versus neighboring control question. Yung dalawa po, yung sabi ko sa inyo kanina, pinag-check po natin yon, binabalance po kung alin ang mas mataas at mas mababang reaction. Pag mataas po ang control reaction niya sa control question, meaning kailangan natin na sabihin na truthful yung subject. Kasi nagkaroon siya ng reaction sa relevant is tingin mo is negative 1. Sa control question is ang taas ng reaction niya is negative 3, meaning the situation po is nagkakaroon po siya ng truthful, pwedeng dahil lang dun sa control question, kaya medyo naapektuhan yung relevant question niya. But pagbaligtad din naman po, mas mababa po yung control question, and then mas mataas yung relevant question is the subject is deceptive or guilty po siya. So, meron po tayong 7 position scale. Ito po yung mga sinasabi ko, may interpretation po. Pag positive po, ibig sabihin normal na normal po yung kanyang tracing. Maganda po yung tracing, we have to mark it positive. Pag medyo may galaw po yung tracing niya, 2, ibig sabihin, positive 2, truthful score po yan. Pag medyo hindi masyadong, positive 1, minimum truthful score po. Pag 0 po, that is question mark po yan. Kasi kumbaga, hindi po natin ma-determine kung ano talaga po yan. Kasi kung masyado pong magalaw yung subject, mahihirapan ka po niyan, kaya 0. Another one po is negative, deceptive po. Minimum deceptive score po. Pag negative 2, that is deception score. And -3, maximum deception score po. Yan po yung paglalagay sa scoring once we are doing the chart interpretation. Medyo mahirap lang po itong ibigay na sa part ninyo kasi nga po wala po tayong graph or wala tayong actual tracing and hindi po natin na-experience yung pag-conduct ng polygraph examination na nasa actual. Kaya on your part po siguro medyo mahirap i-absorb yung ganito po. But actually po, in our training, in other different training po na na-attendan po namin, pagdating po dito sa mga possession scale na po na ito, hindi na po kami nito nabibigyan, hindi na po kami umaabot dito. Mostly lang po kasi hanggang na po sa examination procedure. Hindi na po kami tinuturuan itong mga interpretation na to. Kaya po mostly, we just only through the conduct of research and some other studies pa po. That's why kung bakit ko po na-share ito po sa inyo mga 7-point position scale na to. Kasi po, once na nag-attend po kami ng mga seminars and mga training, focus lang po dun sa polygraph testing. And pagdating po diyan, wala na po, hindi na po sa amin na-share kung paano ang pagbasa po talaga ng actual reading po doon sa graph. Kaya po on our part, medyo mahirap din po. Lalo na po kung nasa computerized. Kasi po ang computerized, ang dami-dami po ng values na ipinakikita doon. Mostly po in computerized, meron na po silang result dito. Hindi po yun ina-accept ng court yung actual result na ginawa ng computer. Dahil po, ang case po niyan is, hindi naman po nakikita ng computer kung ano po talagang nangyayari na factors dun sa situation na during the conduct of examination. There are some possibilities po kasi during the examination na yung subject is gumalaw or yung subject medyo hindi maganda yung kanyang pagkakasagot. So parang or may ibang factors na pwedeng nare-record po sa ating polygraph or ng machine na kung saan po na i-consider siya as deceptive po. So that are some cases po. Yung 7 position scale po is kinuha ko po yan sa libro po na ibigay po sa yung common po na libro, but mostly po na intindihan ko na po siya when it comes to scoring kasi dun sa mga samples pong ibinibigay. Another po, the chart interpretation rule by Baxter. Ito po yung sabi ko sa inyo po kanina, may kanya-kanya pong technique kapag nagkakandak po ng reading ng chart. That's why po ang dami-daming way. Actually, isang libro po yung pinapashow sa amin ni Ma'am Hieronimo po, yung dati pong chief ng polygraph examination po sa Kamkrame. Pero sa dinami-dami pong yon, sa dami ng mga technique, iniisa ay hindi sila nagano kasi binibenta po ng napakamahal yon. That's why napakahirap on our part. Ito rin po, nakuha ko din through the conduct of research and the share din po ng other friends. That's why dito na lang po ako nag-focus kay Baxter na i-share ko din po sa inyo. Kasi kung itatakil po natin ang different rule, yung mas marami pang rule, hindi po tayo, kulang po ang 1 week or 1 month to discuss po pagdating po dyan sa ruling when it comes to chart interpretation. Okay po, we go to this po sa interim spot analysis tracing determination po. Yung sabi ko sa inyo kaninang positive or negative, pwedeng 2 or negative 2 must be significant timely tracing reaction. Either by red or yung relevant zone na sinasabi natin. Kasi pag red, yung zone is relevant and kapag green that is control. Makikita po natin yan sa computer. Ang problema po, paano kung analog yung ginamit natin? So, wala po tayong zone na makikita na ganon. So, ang makikita lang po natin doon is yung signaling po natin na nilagay natin na question. Magbe-base lang po tayo doon sa question na ginawa natin para masabi natin na yun ay nasa green or nasa red zone na tayo. Okay, the CCTI, if the red zone indicate the lack of reaction, it should be compared with neighboring green zone again. Palagi siyang i-compare. If the red zone indicate timely, tama. Pagkatanong mo, at the time na nagtanong ka, natapos yung tanong mo, nag-react siya. Di ba, hinihintay natin yung 25 seconds. Within that 25 seconds, nag-react na siya doon sa green zone, where, ang sabi natin, the green zone is relevant, and the red zone is relevant, nag-react siya dun ng mas mataas, meaning that could be reaction. Kasi kung nag-negative 2 naman siya or nag-positive 2 siya sa control question. Another po, ano pa rin po, key-Baxter pa rin po ito. The yes answer. Ito po yung mga hindi po natin inaasahan kapag nagkanda ka po ng question sa isang subject. Kasi po, kapag nagkanda ka, nasa reaction ka, nasa relevant question and nagsagot siya ng yes. If yes answer is given to green zone, the question which is reversal of the answer given during the pretest question. Di ba sa pretest, commonly, sa pretest, sinabi mo sa kanya, ito yung isasagot niya, no. Tapos doon, nagsagot siya ng yes. The review, then, green zone cannot be used as spot analysis. Presence of reaction zone yon. So, spot analysis na siya. A green zone involving such answer reversal can be used as spot analysis or yung sinasabi natin na lack of reaction zone where no reaction. So, where the smaller than red zone reaction is indicated. Pwede mo siyang i-mark, depende sa'yo. That's why nga po sabi natin in polygraph examination, it depends to the examiner, it depends to the hands of the examiner, what you can decide. Depende sa pagkabasa mo. Katulad din po yan ng pagkaintindi ng mga doktor dun sa kanilang pagbabasa ng mga x-ray o result ng ECG and other. Kasi dito, makikita niya kung gaano kalalim o kataas yung reaction. Okay po, next po, another part, Baxter anticipatory reaction question, kasi nag-a-anticipate. Kasi kaya nga po, nagsabi po tayo na, di ba, na inire-review natin sa subject, yung sa kanyang tanong, bago natin siya tanong, bago sa actual examination, tinanong na natin sa kanya yung lahat ng itatanong natin during na nakakabit na yung kanyang mga accessories. So from here, tinitingnan natin yung anticipatory reaction kasi alam niya na after na tanungin natin siya doon sa control question, tatanungin natin siya ng relevant question. Where isa yun sa nilalagyan po natin ng rating. Where the red zone or green zone, yung dalawa ulit, the reaction which start prior to the first word of the question, follow can be assigned a maximum numerical value of 1. Or positive 1 or negative 1. So, this restriction apply even though either or rule, pwedeng itong dalawa, grammatically satisfied except for prevailing reaction timeliness. Depende sa time na nag-react yung subject. Kasi baka after na yung 10 seconds, saka paulit, after na ng 10 seconds, di ba, isang guhit, pangalawang guhit, patatlong guhit doon na tumaas yung reaction niya. Pwedeng nandun na siya sa anticipatory reaction po. Okay po. Baxter lack of reaction Bayes deduction rule. Another na naman po to. Red zone or green zone tracking, tracing exhibit presence of relief. Nagkaroon po, di ba sabi natin kanina, may mga relief tracing segment tayong makikita. So asking about question or starting pa lang to the 5 seconds after subject answer. Nagsagot na siya ng no. So dito, nakita mo wala siyang reaction dito. So based in the upon the premise the person cannot exhibit reaction the relief simultaneously kasi naihinga niya na ng maayos. Kumbaga tracing included dito yung breathing in cardio. Sa paghinga niya, nag-relief na siya or na-deduct na. Ibig sabihin naging pantay na. So dito, pwede kang mag-ano lang dito na wala kang masyadong reaction dito. Parang inconclusive, kumbaga. Yung salita dito is inconclusive. We are not using positive or negative in that way. Baxter again, reaction intensity upgrading rule. Ito yung malalakas na yung kanilang reaction. Masyado nang mataas, nag-upgrade na siya. Yung interim or yung analysis niya, yung graph, umabot na tayo sa stage na sinabi natin na grabe na to, masyado nang mataas yung tracing. Final spot tracing, the intensity of presence of reaction, yung sa'yo talagang feeling. It's a very high na yung reaction niya. Nagsabay-sabay sila lahat na tracing. Pwede sabihin natin, mas matindi yung GSR. Kasi sabi ko po kanina, ang GSR po, makikitaan mo talaga siya ng reaction, itong galvanic skin resistance po natin. Over po siya kapag nag-react. Lalo na po pag, sobrang taas po niyan kapag nag-react. Although medyo late lang po siyang gumalaw, mabagal, pero yan po, andyan tayo nagkakaroon ng marking up positive 3 or negative 3 sa GSR po. Okay po. Next po, ito po yung mga example po ng sa breathing po, GSR, cardio, and then how to total po. Halimbawa po, nag-question po tayo ng number 3. Ayan po is mga relevant question po yan. So, ayan. Yung breathing niya is negative 2. The breathing is negative 2. So, ibig sabihin, medyo deceptive siya, minimum. Negative 2. Sa question number 5, nag-negative ulit siya. 2 pa rin. And dun sa deceptive pa rin siya. Negative 1 sa question 9. So, if you can notice from that, medyo deceptive siya. Wala siyang nag-positive. Lahat pati ng question dito na nakita natin is lahat po siya naka-red zone. So, if you notice, ang conclusion po dyan is deceptive. So, pag mga ganun po, negative. So, yan po yung sample lang po yan ng chart. Actually po, ang dami-dami po ng mga ganyan po. Kaya lang, mas mahirap pong intindihin on the part. Kahit nga po matagal na hindi po siya madaling intindihin kasi komplikado po talagang masyado. Lalo na po kung hindi po natin totally na-experience yung actual examination. Yun po yung medyo mabigat doon kasi dito po yung sa breathing, sa GSR, sa cardio, na total na po siya. So, meron po siya dyan na result. Example lang po yan. Another, yung polygraph report po. This is the last topic po. Pasensya na po, medyo nag-overtime po tayo. So, the polygraph report must be prepared indicating the number case, siyempre requesting party, date and time received and completed. So, yan po yung report. Laging may number siya, kung ilang test na yon, may record po niya ng polygraph station or yung polygraph agency. Yung kaso niyan, ano nakalagay, sino yung requesting party, kailan at yung time and date niya nakalagay, and completed, isang package po yan. The purpose of determining truth and deception based on recorded physiological response must be indicated. Ano pa yung purpose? Bakit nag-conduct nung ganon? So, yan yung mga official report niyan. Another, the findings will indicate whether specific response to relevant question. Indicate din ito, although sometimes it cannot be understood by the expert witness only can understand. Sometimes it cannot be understood by the court. Sometimes nga daw, dahil gusto nila mas makatipid na lang sa papel, minsan kinocompress na nila yung sa isang questioning po kasi pagkadami-dami po talaga ng result niyan. Isang yung paper, kung susundin po natin yung graph, kung hindi mo siya i-compress, sobrang dami. Ang ginagawa po ng mga examiner, kinocompress na lang nila yon sa 3 o 2 band paper lang, and then they just discuss it into the court. But in the case, sa case po natin, sa mga ganito, dapat po talaga naka-properly, siya, so yung mga specific response niya, ma-show mo pa rin siya. The conclusion or examination must be determined as deception, DI, no deception indicated, or inconclusive yon. So, ganun po yung inilalagay po sa pinakang conclusion. All polygraph report must be acknowledged by examiner and approved by the chief of polygraph division. Kung sino po yung pinakang chief. So, siyempre, kung sa polygraph examination sa laboratory po, sino po yung head ng division, siya na po ang mag-a-approve. Dahil kung may 10 siyang examiner doon, yung isang examiner niya at siya yung gumawa, so yung pangalan niya ang naka-indicate. But mostly po, in the conduct of polygraph examination, sir, medyo mahirap po, minsan may isa pong examination, hindi lang po isa ang bumabasa or nag-i-interpret ng chart. Meron pong humihingi po sila ng tulong sa iba kasi po ayaw po natin na magkamali sa paglalagay ng conclusion. Yun po yung pinakang mahirap doon, yung maglagay po ng conclusion based doon sa result. Kasi hindi po natin alam, whatever the response of the subject, we don't know what happened dun sa subject, why nagre-response ng ganon sa result. So that's why ang iba po inuulit kapag hindi masyadong sigurado. Generally po, polygraph result can be released only to the requesting party. Sa nag-request lang po. Hindi po siya pwedeng i-divulge or ibigay sa kahit kanino. However, the examinee may be provided a copy if the requesting party fail to give it. Kung kailangan. Pero it's possible talagang it could be given only to person or requesting party. Pero ito, if it is required po, nakalagay lang naman po dyan, any person, basta po it is required by law. Hindi po siya pwedeng i-divulge kahit kanino or it cannot be presented kahit kanino. That's why po yung kaninang pinakita ko pong video is hindi po, ano lang po yun, practice lang po yun. Hindi po kami pwedeng mag-share sa inyo ng video na actual po. Yun po ay practice lang, parang subject lang po na hindi actual person na may kasalanan kasi po is a violation to the human rights po. Okay po, ito po yung mga references book ko po. And yan po, sa AMSAI po, other po dyan yung mga about po sa question formulation. Sa AMSAI ko po yung nakuha sa Polygraph Examiner Basic Training Manual po sa isang training agency po sa Metro Manila po. And other kay Caballero pong book, Polygraphy, and also kay Nulod po. May I ask po, doon na lang po ako sa magko-question po. Tapos na po yung sa aking presentation or yung lecture po about this. May I ask na lang po doon sa question po. I am requesting po anyone kung ano po yung iba pa pong tanong basta kaya ko pong masagot. Hello po.
Ma'am.